Welcome, weary wanderer of the wasteland, to the shadowed corners where humanity's most disturbed minds left their indelible marks across the centuries. Tonight, we explore the complete chronicles of those who chose darkness over light, whose twisted legacies survived even nuclear fire. This is a tale of madness preserved in memory, of horror that transcended civilization's collapse, and of how the human capacity for evil endured alongside our capacity for survival. So settle in, make yourself comfortable, and let your mind drift as we traverse these grim histories together. Close your eyes when you're ready, and let the steady whisper of turning pages carry you into peaceful slumber. The story of the pint-sized slasher begins, not with blood, but with whispers, the kind of hushed tales parents share to encourage good behavior in their children. In the America of the early 21st century, before nuclear fire consumed the world, urban legends served a particular purpose in the social fabric. They were teaching tools wrapped in terror, cautionary tales designed to keep children safe by making them afraid of the right things. The pint-sized slasher occupied a special place in this mythology, a figure so absurd in its premise, yet so viscerally frightening in its implications, that it captured the imagination of an entire generation. According to the folklore that preceded the horrific reality, the pint-sized slasher was said to emerge from dog kennels at dusk, a diminutive figure in a clown mask wielding a toy knife. The image was calculated to unsettle, the innocent imagery of childhood play twisted into something menacing, the familiar made strange and threatening. Children across America knew the story, passed it along in whispered conversations at sleepovers and summer camps, each retelling adding new details or embellishments that made the legend more terrifying than the last. The power of this particular urban legend lay in its exploitation of fundamental childhood fears. Clowns, those figures meant to bring joy and laughter, had long occupied an uneasy space in the American psyche, their painted smiles and exaggerated features creating an uncanny valley effect that many found more disturbing than comforting. The addition of a weapon, even a toy one, transformed the clown from merely unsettling to actively threatening, and the size element, a child-sized killer, played on the particular horror of innocence corrupted, of youth turned violent. Parents who shared these stories with their children did so with the best of intentions, using fear as a tool to encourage caution about strangers, about wandering alone after dark, about the very real dangers that lurked in the world beyond their protected homes. The pint-sized slasher represented the perfect boogeyman for this purpose. Frightening enough to be taken seriously, yet fantastical enough that parents could dismiss it as harmless fiction when pressed by worried children seeking reassurance. But on a sweltering evening in late July of 2052, the line between fiction and reality dissolved in blood on Lynen Street. The transformation of the pint-sized slasher from cautionary tale to documented killer began with sounds that residents would later struggle to describe. Not quite screams, not quite laughter, but something that fell unnervingly between the two. The suburban tranquility of that summer evening was shattered by violence that seemed to emerge from the collective nightmares of childhood, made manifest in the most literal and terrible way possible. Walter Street Beat Monroe, a seasoned crime reporter for the Capital Post, had covered his share of violent crimes in a career that spanned 2 decades of increasingly desperate times. The resource wars had begun to cast their shadow over American society, and the desperation that comes with scarcity was manifesting in rising crime rates across the nation. But nothing in Monroe's experience had prepared him for the scene that greeted investigators on Lynen Street that July evening, or for the interviews that would follow with the sole survivor of what the press would come to call the Lynen Street slayings. Christopher Atkinson had been 24 years old, a factory worker enjoying a rare evening off with his younger brother Swan. The two had been walking home from a local diner, taking their time in the summer heat, when their lives intersected with a nightmare that had supposedly existed only in children's stories. Christopher's account, given to police in a hospital bed while being treated for defensive wounds, would become one of the most chilling pieces of testimony in the annals of American crime. According to Christopher's statement, transcribed by investigators and later quoted extensively in Monroe's article, the brothers had first become aware of their stalker through sound rather than sight. There was this giggling, Christopher told police, his voice barely above a whisper, despite the weeks that had passed since the attack. Not like a kid laughing at something funny, but wrong somehow. Like someone was laughing at a joke the rest of us couldn't hear, and it wasn't a good joke. The laughter had followed them for several blocks, always seeming to come from just out of sight, from behind parked cars, from the shadows between streetlights, from the narrow alleys that connected the residential streets. Christopher described the mounting sense of unease that had grown with each echoing giggle, the way his brother Sean had begun glancing nervously over his shoulder, the gradual acceleration of their pace as they tried to reach the safety of home without seeming to run from something they couldn't even see. When their pursuer finally revealed himself, the reality proved even more disturbing than the urban legend that had spawned him. Christopher's description, delivered in the flat, shocked tone of someone still processing trauma, captured the surreal horror of the moment. He just stepped out from behind a mailbox like he'd been waiting there all along. Small, maybe 4 feet tall, wearing this clown mask that was too big for his head. It kept sliding down over his eyes, and he'd push it back up with one hand while he held this knife in the other. The weapon that the killer carried was not the toy knife of legend, but something far more dangerous. A very real, very sharp butcher's knife that looked enormous in the small hands that wielded it. Christopher noted the incongruity of the scene. The way the killer's size made the weapon appear even more threatening, like a child playing dress-up with tools meant for adults. But there was nothing playful about the purposeful way the figure moved, the deliberate steps that brought him closer to his intended victims. The attack itself unfolded with a speed and violence that Christopher struggled to reconstruct in his testimony. He remembered his brother Sean stepping protectively in front of him, remembered the killer's delighted laughter as Sean raised his hands to defend himself, remembered the flash of steel in the streetlight and the sound it made cutting through summer air. The small stature of their attacker had created a tactical advantage. He could move under Sean's guard, could strike from angles that a larger opponent wouldn't have been able to access. Christopher's own injuries came from his desperate attempt to help his brother, to pull the killer away from Sean's fallen form. The defensive wounds on his hands and arms testified to his courage, but also to the futility of his intervention. The killer, despite his size, possessed a strength and viciousness that seemed to belong to someone much larger, much older. When Christopher finally fled, it was not from cowardice, but from the terrible recognition that his brother was beyond help, that staying would only add another victim to the killer's count. The police investigation that followed, led by Chief Joseph Field German of the Germantown's police department, quickly confirmed the most disturbing aspect of Christopher's testimony. The autopsy results, conducted by the county medical examiner, provided forensic evidence that supported the witness account in ways that investigators found deeply unsettling. Every knife wound found on Sean Atkinson's body showed the same characteristics: the angle of entry, the direction of force, the depth of penetration, all consistent with an attack from someone significantly shorter than the victim. Chief German, a 20-year veteran of law enforcement who had seen his share of violent crimes, later told Monroe that the forensic evidence presented investigators with a possibility they were reluctant to accept. We kept looking for alternative explanations, German admitted. Maybe the killer had been crouching or attacking from a position of concealment that would explain the wound patterns. But the evidence was clear. We were looking for a child, or at least someone with the physical dimensions of a child. The psychological profile that emerged from the crime scene analysis painted a picture of a killer who combined childlike physical attributes with adult planning and execution capabilities. The attack had not been random or impulsive, but carefully orchestrated, with the killer demonstrating knowledge of the brothers' routine and preferred routes. The selection of location showed tactical awareness, a stretch of street with sufficient lighting to see potential victims but enough shadows to provide concealment for the approach. Monroe's article, published in the Capital Post 3 days after the attack, captured the profound unease that the case had created within law enforcement and the broader community. His prose, typically restrained and factual, carried an undertone of barely controlled disbelief as he described a reality that seemed to have emerged from the darkest corners of collective imagination. What could possibly motivate a child to don a clown mask and murder innocent people in cold blood? Monroe wrote, "We may never know. At least, not until the miniature maniac is brought to justice. Until then, all we can do is lock our doors, kiss our children goodnight, and pray they live to see morning." The impact of the Lynen Street slayings on American society extended far beyond the immediate tragedy of lives lost. Parents who had shared the pint-sized slasher legend as a cautionary tale now found themselves confronting the possibility that they had introduced their children to a very real threat. The comfortable distance that had existed between urban legend and reality collapsed, leaving families to grapple with fears that had previously been safely contained within the realm of fiction. Toy stores across the nation reported a sudden drop in sales of clown-related merchandise, while costume shops found themselves with surplus inventory they couldn't move as Halloween approached. The cultural iconography of childhood, clowns, masks, even toy knives, became tainted by association with the Lynen Street killer. Parents who had once encouraged imaginative play found themselves scrutinizing their children's games for signs of concerning behavior, wondering if the line between pretend violence and genuine threat was as clear as they had previously believed. The investigation into the pint-sized slasher's identity consumed law enforcement resources for months without yielding significant leads. Despite an extensive canvass of the neighborhood, multiple witness interviews, and consultation with child psychologists about potential behavioral patterns, the killer seemed to have vanished as suddenly as he had appeared. The small size that had made him so effective in the attack also made him nearly invisible in a world where adults rarely paid close attention to children who weren't their own responsibility. Theories about the killer's identity ranged from the plausible to the fantastical. Some investigators believed they were dealing with a severely disturbed child who had somehow gained access to deadly weapons, while others speculated about medical conditions that might cause an adult to appear childlike in stature. The most disturbing possibility, raised by criminal psychologists consulted on the case, was that the killer represented a new category of predator, someone who used childhood appearance as camouflage for adult criminal intent. The psychological evaluation of the crime scene revealed patterns that suggested sophisticated planning rather than childish impulse. The killer had demonstrated patience in stalking his victims, tactical awareness in selecting the attack location, and enough physical capability to overpower a healthy adult male. These characteristics seemed to belong to someone with adult cognitive development, despite their childlike physical presentation, creating a profile that investigators found deeply unsettling. As months passed without an arrest, the pint-sized slasher case took on a life of its own in the popular imagination. The killer who had emerged from urban legend seem to have returned to the realm of myth, leaving behind only the terrible evidence that the attack had been real. Children who had once shared stories about the fictional pint-sized slasher now whispered about the real one, adding details from news reports to the existing mythology and creating new versions of the legend that incorporated the actual violence of the Lynen Street slayings. The transformation of the pint-sized slasher from cautionary tale to documented killer represented a unique moment in American cultural history. The collapse of the boundary between collective fear and individual trauma. Parents struggled to explain to their children how a story they had shared for educational purposes had become a reality that threatened their safety. The comfortable distinction between things that existed in stories and things that existed in the world had been permanently compromised, leaving families to navigate a new landscape where childhood nightmares walked the streets in broad daylight. The broader social implications of the case extended beyond immediate safety concerns to questions about the nature of evil itself. The idea of a child capable of premeditated murder challenged fundamental assumptions about innocence, development, and the progression from childhood to adult criminal behavior. Mental health professionals found themselves grappling with diagnostic categories that didn't seem adequate to explain a killer who combined childlike physical characteristics with adult criminal sophistication. Law enforcement agencies across the country began incorporating the pint-sized slasher case into their training programs, using it as an example of how preconceived notions about criminal profiles could blind investigators to unusual threats. The case highlighted the danger of assuming that physical appearance provided reliable information about criminal capability, forcing a reconsideration of how officers evaluated potential suspects and assessed risk factors. The media coverage of the case, while extensive, was hampered by the ethical considerations involved in reporting on crimes potentially committed by minors. News outlets struggled to balance public safety concerns with protections for juvenile suspects, creating a coverage pattern that often relied on speculation and unnamed sources. This approach inadvertently contributed to the mythologization of the killer, as gaps in official information were filled by rumor and conjecture that sometimes proved more compelling than verified facts. The investigation remained active for several years after the initial attack, with periodic reports of similar crimes in neighboring jurisdictions, fueling speculation that the pint-sized slasher had expanded his area of operations. Most of these reports proved to be false alarms or copycat crimes inspired by the extensive media coverage, but each new incident renewed public fears and demonstrated the lasting impact that a single unsolved case could have on community psychology. The arrival of the Great War in 2077 brought an abrupt end to most civilian law enforcement investigations, as society focused on survival rather than justice for past crimes. The pint-sized slasher case joined thousands of others in becoming casualties of nuclear annihilation, their files destroyed, along with the civilization that had created them. But, unlike most unsolved cases, the pint-sized slasher had already achieved a form of immortality through his integration into popular culture and collective memory. The survival of the pint-sized slasher legend into the post-war period demonstrates the remarkable persistence of human storytelling traditions, even through apocalyptic disruption. When the designers of Vault 112 programmed their Tranquility Lane simulation, they drew upon cultural memories that had survived the collapse of civilization, incorporating childhood fears and urban legends into their virtual world. The inclusion of the pint-sized slasher scenario in the simulation suggests that the legend had achieved sufficient cultural penetration to be considered a fundamental part of the American experience worth preserving. The Tranquility Lane version of the pint-sized slasher experience, while obviously simplified for the constraints of virtual reality, captured the essential elements that had made the original legend so effective. the emergence from a doghouse rather than kennel, the toy knife that could nonetheless cause real harm within the simulation, and the pursuit of fleeing children all echoed the pre-war urban legend while incorporating the violent reality of the Lynen Street slayings. For the vault dwellers trapped within the simulation, many of whom had been children when the original attacks occurred, the pint-sized slasher scenario represented a direct confrontation with childhood trauma that had been preserved and transformed by the simulation's artificial environment. Their terrified flight from the masked figure demonstrated how deeply the original case had penetrated the collective psyche, creating fears that survived centuries of isolation and technological manipulation. The discovery of clown masks in the Point Lookout area provides tantalizing but inconclusive evidence about the ultimate fate of the original pint-sized slasher. The mask found in room 1K of the Homestead Motel, alongside skeletal remains in the bathtub, presents the most compelling physical evidence that the killer might have survived until the Great War. The timing works. 15 years after the Lynen Street slayings, the child-sized killer would have grown into an adult, possibly seeking refuge in the remote coastal areas where law enforcement presence was minimal. The condition of the remains provides few clues about the individual's identity or cause of death. The passage of 2 centuries has reduced whatever evidence might have existed to mere bones and speculation. The presence of the mask could indicate that these are indeed the remains of the pint-sized slasher, finally claimed by time and radiation in a forgotten motel room. Alternatively, the mask might represent nothing more than a Halloween costume or collectible. Its placement with the skeletal remains a coincidence rather than a revelation. The second mask found in the miner's rest section of Kenny's cave presents a different set of interpretive challenges. Kenny, as a post-war individual with no direct connection to pre-war events, would have had no reason to specifically seek out authentic pint-sized slasher memorabilia. His collection of masks more likely represents a general fascination with pre-war artifacts rather than specific knowledge of the killer's significance. The presence of the clown mask in his collection probably reflects nothing more than its availability as salvage rather than any intentional connection to the unsolved case. The Robert Bobby Smith theory, proposed by some wasteland scholars who discovered records at Parsons State Asylum, initially seemed to provide a concrete solution to the mystery of the pint-sized slasher's identity. The records document a 9-year-old boy committed to the asylum in 2074 by parents who could no longer cope with his violent behavior. According to the files, Robert had admitted to stabbing and killing several people, demonstrating the kind of precocious violence that characterized the Lynen Street slayings. However, careful analysis of the timeline reveals fatal flaws in this theory. Robert Smith was born in 2065, making him 13 years old at the time of his asylum commitment in 2074. The Lynen Street slayings occurred in 2052, 13 years before Robert was even born. While the similarities in behavioral patterns are striking, the chronological impossibility makes Robert Smith a red herring rather than a solution to the mystery. The persistence of this theory, despite its obvious flaws, demonstrates how desperately people want closure for unsolved cases, even fictional ones. The human mind seeks patterns and connections, sometimes imposing them where none actually exist. The Robert Smith case represents similar pathology to the pint-sized slasher crimes, but it exists as a separate tragedy rather than an explanation for the earlier killings. The true identity of the pint-sized slasher, like so many mysteries of the pre-war world, seems destined to remain unknown. The killer who emerged from urban legend to commit very real murder vanished back into the shadows, as completely as if he had never existed. The investigation that consumed months of police work and attracted national attention ultimately yielded nothing more substantial than the certainty that someone small had killed someone larger and that the someone small had never been found. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the case is not the violence itself, but the way it demonstrates how completely a person can disappear when they possess the right combination of physical characteristics and tactical awareness. The killer's size, which should have made him more memorable and easier to track, instead made him nearly invisible in a society where adults rarely paid close attention to unfamiliar children. This camouflage effect, whether intentional or accidental, proved devastatingly effective at enabling escape and preventing identification. The psychological impact of the pint-sized slasher case on American society extended far beyond the immediate trauma of the Lynen Street slayings. The killer had achieved something that few criminals ever accomplish: the transformation of cultural mythology into personal fear, the collapse of the boundary between stories told to frighten children and dangers that actually threatened them. In doing so, he had fundamentally altered the relationship between parents and children, between community and individual, between the comfortable fiction of safety and the uncomfortable reality of vulnerability. The legacy of the pint-sized slasher thus extends beyond the specific crimes attributed to him to encompass broader questions about the nature of evil, the reliability of assumptions about danger, and the persistence of fear in human communities. The figure that had emerged from dog kennels in children's stories to commit real murder on city streets had demonstrated that the most effective monsters are often those that wear familiar faces, that the greatest threats sometimes come in the smallest packages. As we move beyond the tragic tale of the pint-sized slasher, we carry with us the uncomfortable knowledge that urban legends sometimes walk among us, that the stories we tell to frighten children occasionally become the realities that frighten adults. The killer who transformed from myth to murderer reminds us that the line between fiction and truth is often thinner than we imagine, and that the shadows we use to scare others sometimes contain genuine darkness that refuses to remain safely confined to the realm of imagination. The sewers beneath Boston's financial district had always been places of darkness and dampness, utilitarian tunnels that carried away the waste of a thriving pre-war metropolis. But in the Fenn Street system, that darkness had been transformed into something far more sinister. A gallery where human remains were arranged not for disposal but for display, where death had been elevated from mere ending to artistic expression. The Fenn's phantom had claimed these subterranean passages as his domain, creating in their depths a museum of murder that revealed as much about the human capacity for twisted creativity as it did about the specific pathology of its curator. The descent into the Fenn Street sewer system is a journey into the mind of a killer who saw death not as tragedy but as raw material for creative expression. Each step deeper into the tunnels reveals new horrors, but horrors arranged with such deliberate care that they transcend simple violence to become something more complex and disturbing. The Phantom had not merely killed his victims, he had transformed them into components of elaborate tableau that reflected his particular vision of human existence, mortality, and the relationships that bind us together even in death. The first display that greets visitors to this underground gallery immediately establishes the Phantom's approach to his grisly craft. Arranged in a rough circle, skeletal remains represent what the killer had labeled the circle of life, a macabre interpretation of the natural cycle that governs all existence. Adult skeletons surround smaller ones, their positioning suggesting protection or guidance, while the central arrangement implies the passage of generations from birth to death and back again. Each skeleton is positioned with care, their limbs arranged to suggest movement or gesture, as if they were actors frozen in the middle of an eternal performance. The crosses that accompany each display serve as both memorial and scorecard, marking each life the Phantom had claimed while providing context for his artistic arrangements. These simple wooden markers, carved with basic tools but positioned with precise attention to placement and alignment, represent the killer's acknowledgement of the individual humanity of his victims, even as he reduced them to components in his larger artistic vision. The contradiction between respect for the dead and violation of their remains captures the complex psychology of a killer who saw himself as artist rather than mere murderer. The Four Mothers scene presents perhaps the most emotionally devastating of the Phantom's compositions. Four adult skeletons, positioned to suggest the act of pushing baby strollers, stand forever frozen in a parody of maternal care. The empty strollers themselves, their fabric long since rotted away but their frames still intact, point to an absence that speaks louder than any presence could. The Phantom had somehow acquired or created a scene that spoke to the most fundamental human relationships, the bond between parent and child, while rendering it horrible through the stark reality of death and the absence of the children who should have completed the tableau. This particular display reveals the Phantom's understanding of emotional impact and his deliberate cultivation of responses that went beyond simple shock or disgust. The empty strollers create a void that the viewer's imagination inevitably fills with missing children, transforming the display from static arrangement to dynamic psychological experience. The killer had crafted not just a scene, but a story, one that engaged the observer's emotional responses and forced them to confront questions about protection, loss, and the fragility of the relationships we consider most sacred. Throughout the sewer system, other displays demonstrate the Phantom's range and his evolution as an artist of death. Some arrangements show humor, albeit of the darkest variety, skeletons positioned to suggest conversation or celebration, their permanent grins lending themselves to interpretation as eternal laughter at some cosmic joke. Others reflect themes of labor and struggle, with remains arranged to suggest the manual work that had defined pre-war Boston's industrial economy. The variety suggests a killer who did not repeat himself, but instead used each new victim as an opportunity to explore different aspects of human experience through the medium of arranged mortality. The environmental details of the Phantom's gallery reveal as much about his psychology as the displays themselves. The careful maintenance of the space, with debris cleared away to provide proper viewing angles and lighting sources positioned to illuminate key features of each arrangement, demonstrates a killer who took pride in his work and expected it to be seen and appreciated. The Phantom had not created his gallery for his own satisfaction alone, but as communication intended for others, message about his understanding of life and death that he hoped would find an audience worthy of its sophistication. This expectation of an audience leads us to the most revealing aspect of the Phantom's psychology, the 4 holotapes labeled Dear Detective, that serve as both invitation and confession. These recordings, found throughout the sewer system, provide direct insight into the killer's mind and motivations in his own voice. The Phantom speaks with surprising eloquence and apparent sincerity, revealing an individual who saw himself not as a criminal to be apprehended, but as an artist seeking understanding from someone capable of appreciating his work. The first holotape establishes the relationship the Phantom hoped to create with his pursuer. I know you're down here looking for me, his voice carries through the underground darkness, and I want you to know that I appreciate that. Not many people would take the time to really see what I've accomplished down here. Most would just see the death and miss the artistry. His tone is conversational, almost warm, as if he were addressing a friend rather than someone investigating his crimes. This casual intimacy reveals a killer who felt no shame or guilt about his actions, but instead sought validation for what he considered his creative achievements. The second recording delves deeper into the Phantom's philosophy about the surface world and his reasons for retreating into the sewers to pursue his artistic vision. Life up there is exhausting, he explains, his voice carrying a weariness that seems genuine despite the horrific context, smiling at people who don't care about you one way or another, but you still do it because that's what you do. Down here, I get to be myself. Down here, these displays are my way of showing who I truly am. This revelation provides insight into the Phantom's motivation that extends beyond simple bloodlust or sadistic pleasure. The killer saw his underground gallery as an escape from social expectations and artificial interactions, a space where he could express his authentic self without the constraints imposed by conventional society. The arrangements of human remains represented not just trophies or artistic statements, but genuine self-expression by someone who felt unable to be honest about his nature in the surface world. The third holotape continues this theme, while revealing the Phantom's growing awareness that his underground sanctuary had been invaded by someone whose presence threatened his carefully constructed world. "I know you're getting closer," he acknowledges, "and I want you to understand that I don't want to hurt you. You're different from the others. You see what I'm trying to accomplish here. But if you keep coming, if you don't give me space to work, then you're forcing me to make choices I'd rather not make." This recording captures the Phantom's internal conflict between his desire for understanding and his need to protect his artistic space. The killer, who had created such elaborate displays of violence, reveals himself to be surprisingly reluctant to engage in direct confrontation with someone he perceived as capable of appreciating his work. The threat is real, but it comes wrapped in regret and qualification, suggesting a killer who distinguished between necessary violence and violence committed purely for pleasure. The fourth and final holotape provides the most chilling insight into the Phantom's psychology, revealing the confrontation that had apparently taken place between killer and investigator. "I didn't want to hurt you." The Phantom's voice carries genuine sorrow. "But you left me no choice after you heard me. I know what you said about me, about my work, and I know you didn't mean to be hurtful. But words have consequences, don't they?" The recording continues with what can only be described as the Phantom's forgiveness of his pursuer for whatever offense had been committed. "It doesn't matter now," he says, his tone becoming almost gentle. "Now that we're together, we have all the time in the world to get to know each other. You'll understand eventually what I'm trying to accomplish here, why it matters, why someone like you is exactly what I've been waiting for." This final message transforms the entire context of the Phantom's gallery from solitary artistic expression to shared space where killer and investigator could exist together in the Phantom's vision of perfect understanding. The holotape ends with sounds that might be movement, might be struggle, might be something else entirely, leaving the listener to imagine what form this togetherness ultimately took. The physical evidence of this final confrontation lies in the deepest part of the sewer system, where two skeletons rest in positions that suggest their placement was deliberate rather than accidental. Unlike the other displays throughout the gallery, these remains show no obvious artistic arrangement, no elaborate positioning or thematic coherence. Instead, they lie together in what might be interpreted as companionship, their proximity suggesting a relationship that death had not severed, but instead made permanent. The first theory about these remains holds that they represent the Phantom and his detective, united in death, as they had been briefly united in understanding during their final confrontation. The evidence supporting this interpretation includes the machete found beside the skeletons, its placement suggesting use in whatever struggle had ended both lives. According to this theory, the detective had managed to fatally wound the phantom during their confrontation, but the killer had retained enough strength and consciousness to position his pursuer's body alongside his own before succumbing to his injuries. This interpretation transforms the phantom's final act from simple murder to something approaching tragic romance. The artistic killer who had spent his underground exile creating displays about human relationships finally, achieving the connection he had sought through death itself. The two crosses drawn near the skeletons support this reading, suggesting that the phantom had marked both himself and his detective as his final artistic statement, a composition about understanding and unity that could only be achieved through shared mortality. The positioning of the remains reinforces this romantic interpretation. Unlike the clearly artificial arrangements found elsewhere in the gallery, these skeletons lie in natural positions that suggest peaceful rest rather than violent death. Their proximity and orientation imply companionship, as if they had chosen to lie down together rather than being arranged post-mortem by a surviving killer. This evidence suggests that the phantom's final arrangement included himself as subject rather than merely artist, transforming him from creator to component in his own twisted vision. The alternative theory presents a darker, but perhaps more realistic interpretation of the evidence. This perspective focuses on the fact that these skeletons represent the only display in the entire gallery that shows how the subjects died, with the machete blade positioned to suggest its role as murder weapon. All other arrangements throughout the sewer transform death into art by obscuring or stylizing the violence that created them. But this final scene presents death as death, brutal, final, and unadorned by artistic interpretation. According to this theory, the detective did indeed track the phantom to his underground lair, but the confrontation ended not in mutual destruction, but in the investigator's death and the killer's transformation. The ball-peen hammer found near the skeletons might have been the detective's weapon, used in a desperate attempt to stop the phantom before being turned against its wielder. The wound patterns on one of the skulls support this interpretation, showing damage consistent with hammer strikes that would have been immediately fatal. The phantom's survival, according to this theory, came at the cost of his humanity, in the most literal sense. The radiation levels in the deeper tunnels, combined with whatever exotic chemicals might have been flowing through Boston's sewer system when the bombs fell, could have triggered the mutation that transformed the killer from human to ghoul. The glowing ghoul found elsewhere in the tunnel system might represent the phantom's current state, no longer capable of creating his elaborate displays but still haunting the underground spaces that had once served as his gallery. This interpretation suggests that the phantom achieved a form of immortality through mutation, though at the cost of the artistic capability that had defined his identity. The careful arrangement of bones, the precise positioning of displays, the aesthetic sensitivity that had elevated his murders above simple violence, all these would have been lost to the mental degradation that typically accompanies ghoulification. The artist had become merely monster, his sophisticated understanding reduced to primitive instinct. Both theories about the phantom's fate carry compelling evidence and reveal different aspects of his psychology. The romantic interpretation emphasizes his desire for connection and understanding, his need to share his artistic vision with someone capable of appreciating its sophistication. The transformation theory focuses on his survival instinct and the price that survival exacted from his humanity. Neither can be definitively proven from the available evidence, leaving the phantom's ultimate story as mysterious as his original identity. What remains certain is that the Fens phantom represents one of the most psychologically complex killers documented in the Fallout universe. Unlike the pint-sized slasher, whose motivations remain entirely opaque, or other killers whose actions seem driven by simple sadism or practical need, The Phantom demonstrated sophisticated understanding of his own psychology and clear articulation of his purposes. His holotapes reveal someone who had thought deeply about his actions, who saw them as serving a purpose beyond immediate gratification or practical gain. The Phantom's choice of medium, human remains arranged in underground spaces, reflects themes that resonate throughout Fallout's exploration of human nature. His retreat from surface society into the literal underground mirrors the game's series' frequent use of underground spaces as refuges for those who cannot or will not conform to conventional social expectations. The sewers that became his gallery represent a kind of inverse vault, a space where someone could preserve their authentic self rather than submitting to the artificial constraints of civilization. The artistic quality of his displays, disturbing as they are, demonstrates remarkable sophistication in understanding visual composition, thematic development, and emotional impact. The Phantom had created not just crime scenes but gallery installations that communicated complex ideas about life, death, family, and human relationships. His work shows influences that suggest formal education, or at least extensive self-education in artistic principles, raising questions about his background and how someone with such knowledge came to apply it in such horrific ways. The Phantom's intellectual approach to murder sets him apart from the more impulsive or opportunistic killers found elsewhere in the Fallout universe. His victims were not chosen randomly or killed in moments of passion, but selected and arranged according to aesthetic and thematic criteria that served his artistic vision. This methodical approach reveals a killer who planned extensively, who saw each murder as part of a larger project rather than isolated incident of violence. The underground location of his gallery also reflects practical considerations beyond artistic preference. The sewers provided isolation from interference, controlled environment where his displays could remain undisturbed, and natural concealment that made discovery unlikely except by someone actively seeking them. The Phantom had chosen his venue as carefully as his victims, creating optimal conditions for both the commission of his crimes and the presentation of their results. The emotional tone of the Phantom's holotapes reveals someone who felt profoundly isolated despite his artistic achievements. His expressions of loneliness, his pleasure at finally having an audience for his work, and his ultimate desire to share his underground world with someone who understood him, all point to a killer driven at least partly by the universal human need for connection and recognition. The tragedy of the Phantom lies not just in the lives he took, but in his inability to find acceptable outlets for these normal emotional needs. The detective who pursued the Phantom into his underground domain represents the kind of investigator that such a sophisticated killer would inevitably attract. Someone with the intellectual capability to appreciate the artistry while maintaining the moral framework to recognize it as fundamentally wrong. The Phantom's obvious respect for his pursuer, evident in the tone of his holotapes, and his reluctance to engage in direct confrontation, suggests that he had finally found the audience he had been creating his displays to attract. The final confrontation between these two figures, artist and investigator, killer and pursuer, monster and hero, represents one of the most psychologically complex encounters documented in the Fallout universe. Unlike the straightforward good versus evil dynamics that characterize most conflicts in the series, the Phantom's relationship with his detective exists in morally ambiguous territory where understanding becomes complicity, where appreciation of artistry conflicts with condemnation of method. The Phantom's final words, preserved in his last holotape, capture this complexity in their expression of both threat and invitation. His statement that they now had all the time in the world to get to know each other can be read as promise or warning, depending on whether one believes the detective survived their encounter. The Phantom's obvious intelligence and emotional sophistication make both interpretations plausible. He was clearly capable of the calculated violence that would ensure his safety, but he was also someone who craved understanding badly enough to risk everything for the possibility of genuine connection. The legacy of the Fens Phantom extends beyond his immediate crimes to influence how we understand the relationship between art and violence, between creativity and destruction. His underground gallery represents an extreme case of the artist's desire for recognition and understanding, pushed to conclusions that most would find abhorrent, but which reveal universal human needs taken to their logical and terrible extremes. The killer who arranged human remains into artistic displays had found a way to make his mark on the world, to create something that would outlast his own life and communicate his vision to future observers. In the broader context of Fallout's exploration of human nature, the Phantom serves as a reminder that intelligence and creativity do not necessarily correlate with moral behavior, that some of humanity's most sophisticated capabilities can be directed toward its darkest purposes. The underground gallery that he created with such care and attention demonstrates that even the most horrific actions can be performed with artistic sensibility, that the same human faculties that create beauty can also create horror when guided by damaged psychology or twisted philosophy. The Phantom story thus becomes meditation on the nature of art itself, on the relationship between creator and audience, and on the prices that both pay for authentic expression in a world that often demands conformity and concealment of difficult truths. His retreat into the sewers represents not just physical escape from surface society, but psychological refuge in a space where he could express his authentic self without pretense or apology. That this authentic self proved to be a killer who arranged human remains into artistic displays speaks to the complex relationship between civilization and the individual psyches it attempts to shape and control. As we leave the Phantom's underground gallery and return to the surface world above, we carry with us the disturbing knowledge that artistic vision can serve even the darkest human impulses, that creativity and horror can intertwine in ways that challenge our comfortable assumptions about the relationship between beauty and goodness. The Phantom who transformed Boston's sewers into his personal museum of murder reminds us that the human capacity for aesthetic appreciation can be divorced from moral constraint, that some artists work in media that most would find unthinkable. They were standard Nucacola caps, the kind that could be found in any trash bin or gutter across America. No fingerprints marked their surface. No distinctive wear patterns suggested they had been carried as talismans or collected for any particular purpose. They appeared to have been chosen for their symbolic value rather than their practical utility as evidence or trophies, transforming the victim into a canvas for expressing ideas that the killer felt could not be communicated through conventional means. The second victim, Yavid's, was discovered 3 weeks later in a very different part of the city. His body lay in the bathroom of a downtown diner, positioned on the floor with the same careful arrangement that had characterized the first crime scene. Once again, the eyes had been removed with surgical precision and replaced with Nucacola bottle caps, their red surfaces gleaming under the harsh fluorescent lighting of the restaurant's facilities. The killer had somehow gained access to the diner after hours, committed his crime, and arranged his victim without triggering any of the security measures that should have protected the establishment. The geographic separation between the first and second crime scenes immediately expanded the investigation beyond a single police jurisdiction, creating coordination challenges that would hamper the hunt for the killer throughout the brief period of his documented activity. Detective Santos found herself working with investigators from the Nahant Sheriff's Department, whose rural perspective on criminal behavior differed significantly from her urban experience. The collaborative effort required to track a killer who seemed to move freely across jurisdictional boundaries of strained resources that were already stretched thin by the social unrest that characterized pre-war America's final years. The third victim, Wright, met his fate in yet another location, the Coast Guard Pier, where his body was discovered by morning patrol officers conducting routine security checks. The killer had somehow gained access to this military facility, suggesting either inside knowledge of security procedures or remarkable skill at avoiding detection by trained personnel. Wright's body showed the same careful positioning as the previous victims, the same surgical removal of eyes, the same replacement with bottle caps that had become the killer's unmistakable signature. The progression of crime scenes revealed a killer who was not bound by geography or deterred by security measures, someone who selected victims and locations according to criteria that remained opaque to investigators. The variety of settings, industrial alley, commercial establishment, military facility, suggested either opportunistic selection based on victim availability or some more complex symbolic framework that guided the killer's choices. Detective Santos and her colleagues found themselves investigating not just individual murders, but what appeared to be a systematic campaign with purposes they could not decipher. The forensic analysis of all three crime scenes revealed disturbing consistencies that painted a picture of a killer with both technical skill and ritualistic compulsions. The eye removal showed identical technique across all victims, suggesting either medical training or extensive practice that had perfected the procedure. The positioning of the bodies followed similar patterns, with victims placed on their backs and hands arranged at their sides in postures that suggested peaceful rest rather than violent death. Most significantly, the bottle cap placement showed identical orientation and positioning, indicating that this element of the killer's signature had been standardized through repetition. The choice of Nucacola bottle caps as the killer's calling card puzzled investigators and crime scene analysts who struggled to understand its symbolic significance. Detective Santos consulted with psychiatrists specializing in criminal behavior, cultural anthropologists familiar with ritual practices, and even marketing executives from the Nucacola Corporation itself, seeking insight into why the killer had chosen this particular item to represent whatever message he felt compelled to communicate through his crimes. The anthropological perspective proved most illuminating, revealing cultural and historical parallels that provided context for the killer's bizarre signature. Throughout human history, the placement of objects on or near the eyes of the dead had served ritualistic purposes in numerous cultures, each reflecting different beliefs about death, afterlife, and the transition between states of existence. The ancient Greeks had placed coins on the eyes of the deceased to pay Charon, ferryman of the river Styx, for passage to the underworld. Various Native American traditions incorporated stones or shells in similar positions to ensure safe journey to the spirit realm. Other cultures had developed variations of this practice that reflected their particular spiritual beliefs and available materials. Some placed painted stones on the closed eyes of the dead, the artwork serving as windows to the afterlife, or protection against evil spirits that might prevent proper transition. Others used precious metals or gems, the value of the materials representing the worth of the soul being honored or the price being paid for divine favor. The common thread across these diverse traditions was the belief that something placed on the eyes could influence the deceased's experience in whatever realm awaited beyond death. The Nucacola bottle caps, chosen by the Boston killer, represented a perverse modernization of these ancient practices, replacing precious metals or sacred objects with mass-produced commercial artifacts in the context of pre-war America, where consumer culture had achieved unprecedented influence over daily life and personal identity. The caps carried their own symbolic weight as representations of prosperity, enjoyment, and the American dream of abundance through industrial production. Yet the killer's use of these symbols transformed their meaning entirely, converting icons of joy and refreshment into markers of death and violation. The cheerful red color and familiar corporate logo became associated with horror rather than happiness, their presence in the empty eye sockets creating a visual contradiction that spoke to deeper themes about the relationship between commercial culture and human mortality. The killer had found a way to corrupt one of America's most beloved brands, turning its symbols against themselves in a statement whose full meaning remained frustratingly elusive to investigators. The systematic nature of the crimes suggested a killer with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, who found satisfaction in repeating established patterns rather than innovating with each new victim. The identical technique, positioning, and signature across all three cases indicated someone driven by internal compulsions that demanded exact replication of previous actions. This behavioral pattern distinguished the Nucacola from more chaotic or opportunistic murderers, placing him in the category of organized serial killers who derived psychological satisfaction from the precision and control their methods demonstrated. The geographic spread of the crime scenes, spanning multiple police jurisdictions across the greater Boston area, revealed a killer with mobility and planning capability that enabled selection of victims and locations according to predetermined criteria rather than chance. Encounter. The ability to gain access to secure facilities like the Coast Guard Pier suggested either insider knowledge, exceptional social engineering skills, or technical capability in defeating security measures. These characteristics painted a picture of someone with above-average intelligence and resources, possibly someone whose day job or social position provided legitimate reasons for traveling throughout the metropolitan area. The killer's apparent ability to operate without leaving useful forensic evidence at any of the crime scenes demonstrated familiarity with police investigative techniques and countermeasures designed to avoid detection. The surgical precision of the eye removal suggested medical knowledge, or at least anatomical understanding that went beyond what most civilians would possess. The careful positioning of the bodies and placement of the bottle caps showed attention to detail that indicated someone who took pride in his work and wanted it to be discovered and appreciated according to his standards. The temporal spacing between the murders, 3 weeks between the first and second, 4 weeks between the second and third, suggested a killer who operated according to internal rhythms rather than external triggers or opportunities. This pattern indicated someone with sufficient self-control to resist impulsive action, who planned his crimes carefully and waited for optimal conditions rather than acting on immediate urges. The consistency of this timing created the possibility of predicting future attacks, though the investigation ended before this pattern could be tested or confirmed. The psychological profile that emerged from analysis of the 3 confirmed cases described a killer who combined high intelligence with profound alienation from conventional social connections. His choice of ritualistic signature suggested someone seeking to communicate ideas that he felt could not be expressed through normal channels. The elaborate nature of his post-mortem arrangements indicated someone who viewed his crimes as performance art rather than simple murder, seeking an audience that could appreciate the sophistication of his vision, even if they condemned his methods. The connection to Nucacola specifically, rather than some other ubiquitous consumer product, may have reflected personal significance that investigators never uncovered. Perhaps the killer had worked for the company or one of its subsidiaries. Perhaps he had suffered some trauma associated with the brand or its marketing. Perhaps the choice was entirely arbitrary, based on nothing more than the availability and visual impact of the bottle caps. Without additional evidence or eventual apprehension of the perpetrator, such speculation remained just that: interesting possibilities that could never be confirmed or dismissed with certainty. The investigation into the Nucacola's identity consumed significant resources from multiple law enforcement agencies without producing substantive leads toward identification or apprehension. Despite extensive interviews with associates of all three victims, detailed analysis of their movements and activities in the days before their deaths, and careful examination of any connections between them, investigators found no common thread that might have explained their selection by the killer. They appeared to have been chosen randomly, their deaths serving some purpose known only to their murderer. The media coverage of the case, while extensive, was hampered by the lack of dramatic developments or breakthrough discoveries that might have sustained public interest. Unlike the pint-sized slasher case, which had captured national attention through its violation of childhood innocence, the Nucacola murders remained primarily regional news that gradually faded from headlines as other crises demanded public attention. The killer's ability to maintain anonymity while operating across multiple jurisdictions suggested someone who understood media patterns and law enforcement limitations, perhaps even someone who deliberately chose methods that would minimize attention while maximizing personal satisfaction. The abrupt cessation of the Nucacola's documented activity after the third murder remains one of the case's most puzzling aspects. No similar crimes were reported in the months that followed Wright's death, despite the killer's apparent success at avoiding detection and the ritualistic compulsions that had driven him to repeat his signature across multiple victims. Detective Santos theorized that the killer might have relocated to another region, died of natural causes, or been arrested for unrelated crimes that removed him from circulation. Alternatively, he might have evolved his methods to avoid the patterns that had connected his early crimes, continuing to kill, but with different signatures that prevented recognition of his continued activity. The advent of the Great War 15 years later brought an end to most civilian law enforcement investigations, as society focused on survival rather than justice for past crimes. The Nucacola case joined thousands of others in becoming casualties of nuclear annihilation, their files destroyed along with the civilization that had created them. Unlike some unsolved cases that lived on in popular memory or urban legend, the Nucacola murders were largely forgotten, except by those who had been directly involved in the investigation or personally affected by the crimes. This obscurity represents one of the most tragic aspects of the case, that the killer's apparent desire for recognition and understanding through his ritualistic signature was ultimately frustrated by the larger historical forces that swept away the society he had been trying to communicate with. The elaborate arrangements he had created to convey his message found no lasting audience. His symbolic use of bottle caps lost its context when the commercial culture that had given them meaning was reduced to radioactive ash. The rediscovery of the Nucacola case in the post-war period occurred through the painstaking work of wasteland historians who pieced together fragments of pre-war police records found in the ruins of government buildings. These investigators, working centuries after the crimes had been committed, brought fresh perspectives to evidence that had baffled their pre-war counterparts. Their analysis, informed by anthropological understanding of ritual practices and symbolic communication, provided new insights into the killer's possible motivations and the cultural context that had shaped his choice of signature. The post-war examination of the case coincided ironically with the opening of Nucaworld, the massive amusement park dedicated to celebrating the very brand whose symbols the killer had perverted. This timing created what many observers considered a missed opportunity for deeper exploration of the connection between commercial culture and violence, between the innocent pleasures associated with consumer brands and the darker uses to which their symbols could be put. The park that celebrated Nucacola's place in American life might have provided the perfect setting for revelations about the killer who had corrupted its iconography. Instead, Nuka World offered no references to the Boston murders, no hidden terminals containing additional evidence, no environmental storytelling that might have provided closure for the unsolved case. This absence represents one of the wasteland's many incomplete stories, cases where surviving evidence tantalizes without providing resolution, where questions raised by pre-war crimes remained unanswered, because the answers had been lost in nuclear fire, along with most other records of that vanished world. The Nuka killer thus remains an enigma whose true significance may never be fully understood. His crimes demonstrate the capacity for systematic violence that existed beneath the surface of pre-war American society, the way commercial symbols could be appropriated and corrupted to serve purposes their creators never intended. His ritualistic signature reveals someone seeking to communicate through murder, to leave messages written in blood and marked with artifacts of consumer culture. Perhaps most significantly, the Nuka killer case illustrates how violence can transform meaning, how symbols of joy and refreshment can become associated with horror through their inclusion in acts of systematic murder. The bottle caps that had once represented simple pleasure and American prosperity became, in the killer's hands, markers of death that corrupted the very brand they had been created to promote. This transformation speaks to the fragility of cultural meaning, the way context can completely alter interpretation of even the most familiar objects. The killer who chose Nucacola caps as his signature had found a way to inject his twisted vision into the everyday experience of American life, ensuring that everyone who saw the familiar logo would potentially remember his crimes. In this respect, he achieved a form of immortality that transcended his individual actions, embedding his presence in the cultural landscape in ways that would persist even if his identity remained forever unknown. The caps that marked his victims became extensions of the killer himself, spreading his influence far beyond the immediate scope of his crimes. As we move beyond the unsolved mystery of the Nuka killer, we carry with us the uncomfortable recognition that the symbols we associate with innocence and pleasure can be transformed into instruments of terror through the actions of those who seek to corrupt meaning itself. The killer who replaced human eyes with commercial artifacts reminds us that even the most familiar aspects of our culture can be turned against us, that the comfort we derive from recognized symbols can be shattered by those who choose to rewrite their significance through violence. The wasteland that emerged from nuclear fire created new categories of human existence, new moral frameworks for survival, and inevitably, new kinds of killers adapted to the harsh realities of post-apocalyptic life. Among these, perhaps none represents the complex moral ambiguities of the wasteland better than the figure known simply as Pikman, an artist, a killer, and a man whose sophisticated approach to systematic murder challenged conventional understanding of both justice and monstrosity. In a world where raiders terrorized innocent settlements and violence had become the primary currency of human interaction, Pikman occupied a unique position as someone who brought deliberate artistry to the act of killing, transforming murder from crude survival tactic into sophisticated expression of personal philosophy. The first encounter with Pikman typically begins not with the man himself but with evidence of his work, a calling card left on the corpse of a raider whose predatory career had been permanently terminated by someone with both skill and the aesthetic sensibility to make that termination into a statement. These calling cards, found throughout the Commonwealth on the bodies of various criminal elements, serve as both signature and invitation, their elegant script and carefully composed messages suggesting a killer who wanted his work to be discovered and appreciated by those capable of understanding its significance. The calling cards themselves reveal much about Pikman's psychology and his relationship with his chosen profession. Rather than simple trophies or crude messages designed to intimidate potential victims, these notes represent carefully crafted communications that demonstrate literary sophistication and artistic sensibility. "You are cordially invited to attend my gallery opening," reads one typical example, "where you will find my latest work displayed with the care and attention it deserves." The formal language and invitation format transform what should be evidence of criminal activity into something approaching legitimate, artistic announcement. This approach to self-promotion reflects Pikman's fundamental perspective on his activities, not as crimes to be concealed, but as artistic achievements to be celebrated by those with sufficient sophistication to appreciate them. The killer who left these calling cards saw himself as misunderstood artist rather than criminal predator, someone whose work deserved recognition, even if its medium proved disturbing to conventional sensibilities. This self-perception shaped every aspect of his methodology, from victim selection to display arrangement to the eventual revelation of his gallery space. Pikman's gallery, located in the ruins of a pre-war building in downtown Boston, represents one of the most sophisticated crime scenes documented in the post-war world. Unlike the improvised shelters and makeshift spaces that characterize most wasteland dwellings, the gallery shows evidence of careful curation and maintenance that transforms a ruined structure into something approaching a legitimate art space. The walls have been cleared of debris, surfaces cleaned and prepared for display, and lighting arranged to highlight the artistic arrangements that Pikman considers his life's work. The centerpiece of the gallery's main floor consists of an elaborate display of raider heads, each one carefully preserved and positioned according to aesthetic principles that demonstrate remarkable understanding of visual composition and emotional impact. The heads are not simply mounted as trophies, but arranged in patterns that suggest thematic development, some grouped by facial expression, others organized according to apparent age or physical characteristics, still others positioned to create visual narratives about fear, aggression, or the moment of death itself. The preservation techniques that Pikman employed to maintain these displays reveal both technical knowledge and artistic sensibility that distinguish his work from the crude trophies collected by other wasteland killers. Each head shows evidence of careful preparation designed to halt decomposition while maintaining recognizable features, suggesting familiarity with chemical processes that most wasteland dwellers would consider beyond their capabilities. The results, while horrifying in their implications, demonstrate genuine skill in working with organic materials to create lasting artistic statements. The positioning and lighting of these displays transform what should be evidence of multiple murders into gallery installations that communicate complex ideas about human nature, mortality, and the relationship between predator and prey. Pikman had arranged his collection not simply for personal satisfaction, but for the education and enlightenment of visitors who could appreciate the sophistication of his vision. Each grouping tells a story. Each individual head contributes to a larger narrative about the nature of evil and the satisfaction that comes from its elimination. The basement of Pikman's gallery houses what he clearly considers his masterpiece, a painting that combines traditional artistic techniques with the unique perspective that his unusual career has provided. The canvas depicts a group of reaching hands, engulfed in flames, their desperate gestures directed toward a massive eye that dominates the upper portion of the composition. The brushwork shows technical proficiency that suggests formal training or at least extensive self-education in artistic principles, while the subject matter reflects the dark themes that define Pikman's worldview. The symbolism of this painting operates on multiple levels, each revealing different aspects of Pikman's psychology and philosophy. The reaching hands might represent the desperate attempts of his victims to escape their fate, their final moments captured in eternal artistic expression. The flames that consume them could symbolize purification, the cleansing fire that eliminates evil from the world through Pikman's intervention. The enormous eye that dominates the composition might represent divine judgment, cosmic awareness, or perhaps Pikman's own perspective as observer and eliminator of those who prey upon the innocent. The technical execution of the painting demonstrates that Pikman's artistic aspirations extend beyond the arrangement of physical trophies to include more traditional forms of creative expression. The color palette, dominated by deep reds and oranges that echo the flames depicted in the scene, creates emotional resonance that enhances the work's psychological impact. The composition draws the viewer's attention inexorably toward the central eye, creating the sense of being observed and judged that characterizes much of Pikman's aesthetic approach. The man himself, when finally encountered in his gallery space, presents a fascinating contradiction between appearance and reality that exemplifies the moral ambiguities of wasteland existence. Pikman appears as a well-dressed, articulate individual whose manner suggests education and refinement, rather than the savage brutality typically associated with serial killers. His conversation reveals extensive vocabulary, cultural references that indicate broad reading, and philosophical perspectives that demonstrate considerable intellectual development. The casual way he discusses his hobby of collecting raider heads creates cognitive dissonance for anyone expecting to encounter an obviously deranged or threatening figure. This sophisticated presentation serves multiple purposes within Pikman's overall approach to his unusual career. The refined manner and intellectual discourse establish him as someone worthy of serious consideration rather than simple dismissal as a madman, creating space for complex moral evaluation of his actions rather than immediate condemnation. His obvious intelligence and cultural knowledge position his choices as deliberate philosophical statements rather than products of mental illness or environmental degradation. Most importantly, his civilized demeanor forces confrontation with uncomfortable questions about the relationship between education, culture, and moral behavior. The conversation that unfolds in the gallery reveals Pikman's perspective on his activities and his place in the broader moral landscape of the wasteland. He speaks of raiders not as fellow human beings, but as predators whose elimination serves a beneficial purpose for wasteland society. His intellectual analysis of their behavior patterns, their impact on innocent communities, and their contribution to the cycle of violence that defines post-war existence demonstrates genuine understanding of the ethical complexities that surround his chosen targets. Pikman's articulation of his methodology reveals someone who has thought extensively about the moral implications of his actions and developed a philosophical framework that justifies systematic killing of those he deems harmful to society. Raiders, he explains in his cultured voice, are parasites who contribute nothing but suffering to this world. They prey upon the weak, the innocent, the survivors who are trying to build something better from the ashes of the old world. By eliminating them, I perform a service that benefits everyone who remains. This perspective places Pikman in the morally ambiguous territory that characterizes many wasteland choices between survival and principle. His victims are undeniably violent criminals whose deaths arguably make the Commonwealth safer for peaceful settlements and honest travelers. The raiders whose heads decorate his gallery had themselves committed murders, rapes, kidnappings, and countless other atrocities against innocent people who possessed no means of defending themselves. In purely utilitarian terms, Pikman's activities remove threats to society while harming only those who had chosen to harm others. Yet the systematic nature of his approach, the obvious pleasure he derives from both the killing and the artistic display of its results, raises disturbing questions about his motivations that transcend simple vigilante justice. The careful preservation of his victims' heads, the elaborate arrangements that transform murder into art, and the evident pride he takes in showing his work to visitors all suggest psychological drives that extend beyond altruistic concern for wasteland safety. Pikman enjoys his killing in ways that compromise the moral clarity of his stated purposes. The basement masterpiece provides perhaps the clearest insight into the darker aspects of Pikman's psychology, revealing artistic vision that glorifies violence and suffering rather than simply documenting their necessity. The painting's focus on burning hands, reaching toward an observing eye, suggests someone who sees himself as divine judge with authority to determine who lives and who dies, based on his personal moral calculations. The flames that consume the desperate figures in his artwork mirror the fate he envisions for all those he deems unworthy of existence in his idealized wasteland. The player's encounter with Pikman typically occurs during a moment of crisis that tests both his survival skills and his moral principles. Slab, a raider leader seeking revenge for the many friends that Pikman has killed, tracks the artist to his gallery with the intention of ending his career permanently. The confrontation that unfolds provides the player with a choice that exemplifies the moral complexity that defines wasteland existence, whether to help Pikman eliminate the raiders who threaten him, to allow the raiders to kill someone whose activities might benefit society despite their horrific methods, or to eliminate all parties and claim whatever rewards their deaths might provide. The decision point created by this encounter forces examination of competing moral frameworks that operate in the post-apocalyptic environment. Traditional civilized society would condemn Pikman as a serial killer whose sophisticated presentation cannot disguise the fundamental evil of his actions. Wasteland pragmatism might support him as someone who eliminates genuine threats to innocent life regardless of his personal motivations or methods. Pure survivalism suggests that the player's choice should be based entirely on which outcome provides the greatest personal advantage, without regard for broader moral implications. Pikman's reaction to whatever choice the player makes reveals additional layers of his personality and provides insight into how he views his relationship with the wasteland community. If rescued from the raiders, he expresses genuine gratitude that goes beyond simple relief at survival to include appreciation for someone who understood the value of his work enough to preserve it. His thank you note, left in the safe that contains his signature weapon, demonstrates the same literary sophistication and artistic sensibility that characterizes his calling cards. The weapon itself, Pikman's blade, represents the physical embodiment of his artistic philosophy, a tool that has been modified and personalized to serve both practical and aesthetic purposes. The knife shows evidence of careful maintenance and enhancement beyond what would be necessary for simple utility, with decorative elements that transform it from crude implement into refined instrument, worthy of an artist's use. The blade's superior cutting capability reflects Pikman's commitment to precision in his work, his refusal to accept inferior tools when superior ones could be obtained or created. The mysterious disappearance of Pikman, following the resolution of his encounter with Slab, demonstrates another aspect of his sophisticated approach to survival in the wasteland. Unlike the raiders he hunts, who typically operate through crude force and obvious intimidation, Pikman understands the value of discretion and misdirection in maintaining his ability to continue his work. His vanishing act, complete and professional, suggests someone with extensive experience in avoiding detection and maintaining multiple safe houses or retreat locations throughout the Commonwealth. The continued appearance of Pikman's calling cards after his disappearance confirms that his artistic career has not ended, but merely returned to the shadows where it originally operated. New cards appear periodically on the bodies of dead raiders, their elegant script and careful composition proving that the artist continues his work even without the gallery space that had served as his primary exhibition venue. This persistence demonstrates Pikman's commitment to his craft as more than temporary hobby or situational response to wasteland conditions. The evolution of Pikman's calling cards over time reveals someone who continues to refine his artistic vision and communication techniques, even while maintaining the core elements that define his signature. Later cards show subtle variations in language and presentation that suggest ongoing intellectual development and response to changing conditions in the Commonwealth. The consistency of quality and sophistication indicates that his artistic standards have not diminished despite the loss of his primary workspace, and whatever disruption his encounter with raiders and outside intervention might have caused. The psychological profile that emerges from comprehensive analysis of Pikman's methods, artistic output, and personal presentation describes someone who combines genuine artistic talent with systematic violent behavior in ways that challenge conventional understanding of both categories. His work demonstrates legitimate aesthetic, sophistication, and cultural knowledge, while his choice of medium reveals profound disconnection from normal moral constraints. The combination creates a figure who exists outside typical classifications of either artist or killer, embodying characteristics of both without fitting comfortably into either category. The moral complexity of Pikman's position in wasteland society reflects broader questions about justice, vigilante action, and the acceptable limits of violence in self-defense or community protection. In a world where official law enforcement has ceased to exist and raiders operate with impunity against defenseless populations, individuals like Pikman fill a vacuum that civilized society would not have permitted. His systematic elimination of violent criminals serves functions that legitimate government would normally provide through legal processes, while his methods exceed what civilized society would consider acceptable even in extreme circumstances. The artistic dimension of Pikman's activities complicates moral evaluation further by introducing questions about the relationship between aesthetic achievement and ethical behavior. His displays demonstrate genuine creative vision and technical skill that would be impressive in any context, yet their medium transforms them into monuments to violence that glorify death rather than life. The sophisticated composition and careful curation that characterize his work cannot be separated from the murders that made them possible, creating art that embodies both human creative potential and human capacity for systematic destruction. Pikman's gallery thus serves as microcosm of the wasteland's broader moral landscape, where survival often requires choices that civilized society would condemn, where the absence of institutional authority forces individuals to become their own judges and executioners, where the line between justice and murder blurs beyond recognition. The artist who creates beauty from death, who finds aesthetic satisfaction in systematic elimination of those he deems unworthy, represents the kind of moral figure that could only emerge from a world where conventional ethical frameworks have collapsed, along with the institutions that supported them. The legacy of Pikman's work extends beyond his immediate impact on raider populations to influence how wasteland communities understand the relationship between art and violence, between individual action and community benefit, between the sophisticated presentation of ideas and the primitive realities of post-apocalyptic survival. His gallery stands as testament to human creative capacity, even in the most adverse circumstances, while simultaneously serving as warning about the directions that creativity can take when freed from conventional moral constraints. In the broader narrative of wasteland serial killers, Pikman occupies a unique position as someone whose sophistication and articulate self-presentation force uncomfortable recognition that monsters can possess admirable qualities, that evil can coexist with intelligence and artistic sensibility in ways that challenge simple moral categorization. The man who collects radar heads while discussing aesthetic theory represents the kind of moral complexity that defines post-nuclear existence, where traditional categories of good and evil prove inadequate for understanding the choices that survival demands and the people who make them. The mountains of West Virginia have always harbored secrets in their hollows and shadows, stories passed down through generations of families who understood that some truths were too strange for outsiders to believe and too dangerous to share carelessly. Long before nuclear fire transformed Appalachia into a wasteland of mutation and mystery, the region's folklore spoke of entities that walked the boundary between human and something else, beings whose actions defied explanation but whose presence could be felt in the unnatural stillness of certain valleys and the unexplained disappearances that occurred with disturbing regularity in isolated communities. The Sickleman entered this tradition not as folklore but as reality, though the distinction between the two has always been tenuous in a region where the impossible seemed to happen with uncomfortable frequency. Unlike the urban killers who operated in the relative anonymity of city crowds, the Sickleman chose the deeply personal landscape of rural Appalachia, where everyone knew their neighbors and strangers were remembered for generations. This setting demanded different techniques, different psychology, and different relationship with the community that surrounded and potentially threatened any killer foolish enough to operate in such exposed conditions. The first physical evidence of the Sickleman's activities appears in a cabin near the North Kanawha Lookout Tower, its door boarded shut with planks that show the weathering of decades but remain sturdy enough to prevent casual entry. The boarding was done from the outside, suggesting that whoever sealed the structure intended to keep something in rather than keep intruders out. The crawl space beneath the cabin provides the only access to its interior, forcing visitors to approach the Sickleman's work from below through the foundation, rather than the civilized entrance that normal human activity would have used. The message scrawled on the interior wall immediately establishes the temporal mystery that surrounds the Sickleman's identity and ongoing activities. Originally reading, "Sickleman was here," the graffiti underwent a transformation following the Wastelanders update that changed its tense to "Sickleman is here," a shift that suggests either ongoing presence or recent return to activity after a period of dormancy. This alteration, seemingly minor in its grammar but profound in its implications, raises questions about whether the Sickleman represents historical criminal activity or contemporary threat to current wasteland inhabitants. The headless skeletons arranged throughout the cabin's interior provide grim testimony to the Sickleman's preferred methods and victim selection patterns. The bones show evidence of systematic decapitation performed with sharp-edged tools, most likely the agricultural sickles that gave the killer his distinctive name. The positioning of the remains suggests that some degree of arrangement occurred after death, with skeletons placed in configurations that served the killer's artistic or ritualistic purposes, rather than simply being left where they fell during the attacks. The missing skulls, discovered in the hot tub above the crawl space, complete the picture of a killer whose methods combined practical concealment with symbolic display. The separation of heads from bodies and their placement in a location associated with relaxation and pleasure creates disturbing juxtaposition between domestic comfort and violent death. The killer had transformed a space meant for leisure into a repository for the most identifiable remains of his victims, ensuring that their discovery would create maximum psychological impact while serving whatever symbolic purposes guided his activities. The presence of a woman's skeleton, clutching what appears to be a sickle near the cabin's entrance, suggests either that the killer had an accomplice or that the identity traditionally associated with the Sickleman might be more complex than a single male perpetrator. The positioning of these remains, found in a rocking chair with a birdcage nearby, creates a domestic scene that contrasts sharply with the violence evident throughout the rest of the structure. This skeleton might represent a victim who attempted to defend herself, an accomplice who participated in the killings, or even the Sickleman himself if the traditional gender assumptions about the killer's identity prove incorrect. The investigation of additional sites connected to the Sickleman reveals a network of related locations that suggest coordinated activity rather than the work of a single individual operating in isolation. The house near RNG Station, where a police car sits in the driveway and another woman's remains are found clutching a sickle, provides the most compelling evidence for a conspiracy theory that places multiple individuals at the center of the Sickleman murders. The presence of law enforcement at this location, evidenced by both the patrol car and the skeletal remains of what appear to be two officers inside the house, indicates that authorities had identified at least one suspect before being eliminated themselves. The tactical situation evident at the RNG station house suggests a confrontation that ended badly for law enforcement. The police car's position in the driveway indicates that the officers had approached openly rather than conducting surveillance or attempting surprise arrest, suggesting either confidence in their ability to apprehend the suspect or lack of awareness about the true danger they faced. The skeletal remains inside the house show evidence of violent death, with damage patterns consistent with edged weapon attacks that overcame whatever defensive capabilities the officers had been able to mount. The woman found with the sickle in this location presents the most concrete evidence for the theory that the Sickleman was not a single individual, but rather a title or role assumed by multiple participants in a systematic killing operation. Her defensive position and weapon suggests someone prepared for confrontation, while her location in what appears to be a domestic setting implies that she was not merely defending herself against random attack, but was specifically targeted by law enforcement as a suspect in the ongoing investigation. The matching furniture between this location and the original cabin, particularly the distinctive rocking chair and birdcage that appear at both sites, provides circumstantial evidence for coordination between the individuals responsible for the killings. These items, while not inherently suspicious, represent specific choices that suggest either shared taste in domestic furnishing or deliberate coordination in establishing similar living environments. The repetition of these elements across multiple locations associated with Sickleman activity goes beyond coincidence to suggest intentional pattern. The folk tradition that connects the Sickleman to broader Appalachian ghost stories provides cultural context that may illuminate the killer's symbolic significance beyond his immediate criminal activities. The Telltale Lilac Bush and Other West Virginia Ghost Tales, a collection of regional folklore published before the Great War, includes stories that parallel the Sickleman's methods and motivations in ways that suggest either inspiration drawn from existing legend or the transformation of real criminal activity into folkloric narrative through the natural evolution of oral tradition. The story, titled Head in the Well, tells of a deranged man who murdered the husband of a woman he desired, using a scythe to remove the victim's head before burying it separately from the body and disposing of the remains in a local well. The parallels to the Sickleman's decapitation methods and the separation of skulls from bodies are striking enough to suggest either direct inspiration or the possibility that the published story represented a fictionalized account of actual criminal activity that had occurred in the region's past. This connection to existing folklore raises intriguing possibilities about the Sickleman's self-perception and the cultural framework within which he operated. If the killer or killers were familiar with regional ghost stories, they might have seen themselves as bringing fictional narratives to life, transforming oral tradition into physical reality through systematic implementation of the violent scenarios that had previously existed only in storytelling. This would position the Sickleman murders not as random criminal activity, but as deliberate cultural performance designed to blur the boundaries between legend and history. The timing of the graffiti change from past to present tense, from was here to is here, coincided with increased player activity in the region and the broader narrative developments that brought more attention to Appalachian mysteries. This synchronization might represent nothing more than updated game content designed to maintain player interest, but it could also suggest that the Sickleman's story was intended to remain active rather than historical, with implications for future encounters or revelations that have yet to materialize in available content. The ritualistic aspects of the Sickleman's activities extend beyond simple killing to include elements that suggest spiritual or ceremonial significance to the decapitation process. The systematic removal and separate storage of skulls implies that these remains held particular value for the killer, whether as trophies, ritual objects, or components in some larger ceremonial framework. The care taken in their preservation and arrangement suggests that the heads represented more than simple evidence of successful kills. They were meaningful artifacts that served ongoing purposes in the killer's psychological or spiritual practice. The agricultural tool that gave the Sickleman his name carries its own symbolic weight in the context of rural Appalachian culture. Sickles had been essential implements for generations of mountain families, tools that enabled survival through harvesting of crops and clearing of land for cultivation. The killer's appropriation of this familiar agricultural implement for violence against human victims represents perversion of the tool's life-sustaining purpose, transformation of something associated with growth and harvest into instrument of death and destruction. This symbolic corruption extends to broader themes about the relationship between agricultural communities and the land they depend upon for survival. The Sickleman's use of farming tools for murder suggests someone who understood the cultural significance of these implements, but chose to pervert their meaning through association with violence. The killer had taken symbols of productivity and abundance and made them represent death and loss, corrupting the cultural foundations upon which rural communities built their identity and sense of purpose. The theory that multiple women served as the Sickleman, working either together or in succession to maintain the legend's active presence in the region, provides the most compelling explanation for the evidence found across multiple crime scenes. This interpretation accounts for the domestic arrangements found at different locations, the coordination evident in furniture, placement, and environmental details, and the tactical sophistication that enabled successful resistance against law enforcement attempts at apprehension. A network of female killers operating under the Sickleman identity would have advantages that a single individual could not achieve, including mutual support, shared risk, and the ability to maintain activity even if one member was captured or killed. The gender dimension of this theory adds layers of complexity to understanding the Sickleman's cultural significance and operational methods. Female killers operating in rural environments would have faced different challenges and possessed different advantages compared to their male counterparts. Their domestic presence would have been less suspicious to neighbors and law enforcement, their access to agricultural tools more natural and explainable, Their ability to lure victims through trust rather than force, potentially more effective than direct confrontation approaches typically associated with male serial killers. The rural setting that the Sickleman chose for his operations provided both opportunities and constraints that shaped his methods and victim selection patterns. The isolation that characterizes much of Appalachian geography offered privacy for criminal activity that would have been impossible in urban environments, while the close-knit nature of mountain communities meant that unexplained disappearances would be noticed quickly and investigated thoroughly despite limited law enforcement resources. This environment demanded killers who could either blend seamlessly into local culture or eliminate witnesses efficiently enough to prevent their activities from being reported to outside authorities. The Sickleman's apparent success in operating for extended periods without apprehension suggests familiarity with local geography, social patterns, and the rhythms of daily life that would have enabled effective victim selection and successful avoidance of investigation. The killer or killers demonstrated knowledge of which individuals could disappear without immediate notice, which locations provided adequate privacy for their activities, and which routes offered escape opportunities if their presence was detected. This local knowledge positions the Sickleman as insider rather than outsider, someone embedded within the community they preyed upon rather than external threat operating from distant base. The preservation of the Sickleman legend through the transition from pre-war to post-war periods demonstrates the remarkable persistence of folk traditions, even through apocalyptic disruption. While most aspects of civilized society were destroyed or fundamentally altered by nuclear war, the stories and beliefs that had sustained rural communities for generations continued to influence post-war survivors who inherited both the land and the legends of their predecessors. The Sickleman's activities, whether historical or ongoing, became part of this transmitted folklore, creating continuity between pre-war and post-war Appalachian culture. The environmental storytelling that characterizes the Sickleman sites reveals someone with sophisticated understanding of psychological impact and narrative structure. The boarded cabin that can only be entered through crawling, the domestic scenes corrupted by evidence of violence, the separation of evidence across multiple locations that require investigation to understand their connections. All these elements create a mystery that engages observers intellectually while horrifying them emotionally. The killer had crafted not just crime scenes but interactive narrative experiences that forced their discoverers to become participants in uncovering the full scope of his activities. The ritualistic elements that distinguish the Sickleman murders from random violence or opportunistic crime suggest someone operating according to compulsions or beliefs that transcended simple criminal motivation. The systematic decapitation, the careful arrangement of remains, the symbolic use of agricultural tools, and the coordination across multiple sites all point to someone or some group driven by ideology or pathology that required specific actions and arrangements to achieve psychological satisfaction. These patterns indicate killing that served purposes beyond simple elimination of victims, violence that functioned as component in larger symbolic or ceremonial framework. The connection to broader Appalachian folklore traditions suggests that the Sickleman might represent modern manifestation of archetypal figures that have appeared in regional stories for generations. The headless horseman, the reaper figure, the supernatural entity that separates soul from body through decapitation. These motifs appear repeatedly in mountain folklore, suggesting cultural fascination with beheading as both practical violence and symbolic action. The Sickleman's activities might represent an attempt to embody these folkloric archetypes in reality, bringing legendary figures to life through systematic criminal behavior. The timing of the Sickleman's apparent return to activity, marked by the graffiti change and coinciding with increased exploration of previously isolated regions, suggests that the legend remains active rather than merely historical. Whether this represents revival of dormant criminal activity, continuation of operations that had been temporarily suspended, or emergence of new killers adopting established methods and identity, the implications for current wasteland inhabitants remain serious. The Sickleman's documented capabilities and apparent familiarity with effective concealment techniques make him or them ongoing threats to anyone venturing into the more isolated areas of Appalachian territory. The question of whether the Sickleman represents individual pathology or organized activity with multiple participants extends beyond academic interest to practical concerns about threat assessment and appropriate response strategies. A single killer, however skilled, presents different challenges and vulnerabilities compared to organized group capable of coordination and mutual support. The evidence suggests that whatever the Sickleman's true nature, his activities required resources, knowledge, and operational capability beyond what most individual killers could sustain over extended periods without detection or interference. The preservation of the Sickleman's crime scenes across the decades following their creation demonstrates either remarkable isolation from human activity or ongoing maintenance by individuals committed to preserving the evidence of their work. Natural decay, weather exposure, and scavenger activity should have eliminated or significantly altered these sites if they had been completely abandoned after their initial use. Their current condition suggests that someone with interest in maintaining them as memorials or active crime scenes has provided periodic attention to prevent their complete deterioration. This maintenance activity, if it exists, positions the Sickleman sites as more than historical artifacts. They become active memorials to ongoing criminal activity or ideology that transcends individual perpetrators. The locations serve as pilgrimage sites for those who share the killer's perspective, communication points for coordinating future activities, or psychological anchors that maintain the legend's power, even during periods when active killing might be suspended. In any case, their preservation implies that the Sickleman represents more than concluded chapter in Appalachian criminal history. The agricultural imagery that permeates the Sickleman legend, the harvest tool used as weapon, the separation of skull from body like grain from stalk, the rural setting where human life becomes crop to be reaped, speaks to deeper themes about the relationship between civilization and the natural cycles that govern all existence. The killer who adopted farming metaphors for murder had found ways to integrate violence into the seasonal rhythms that defined rural life, making death seem as natural and inevitable as autumn harvest. This agricultural symbolism transforms the Sickleman from simple criminal into representative figure for the darker aspects of humanity's relationship with the land and the communities that depend upon it for survival. The tool designed to gather life-sustaining crops becomes instrument for ending human life, while the cycles that should represent renewal and abundance instead mark periods of loss and terror. The killer had perverted not just individual implements, but entire conceptual frameworks that rural communities used to understand their place in the natural world. As we consider the evidence scattered across Appalachian crime scenes, and the folklore that provides context for understanding their significance, the Sickleman emerges as perhaps the most culturally embedded of all the wasteland's documented killers. Unlike urban predators who operated in relative isolation from established traditions, the Sickleman drew upon generations of regional storytelling and belief to create criminal activity that felt like natural extension of existing folklore rather than foreign intrusion into peaceful communities. The mystery of whether the Sickleman represents concluded historical activity or ongoing contemporary threat reflects broader uncertainties about the nature of evil in post-apocalyptic environments. In a world where mutation and radiation have transformed fundamental aspects of human existence, where the boundary between natural and supernatural has been blurred by technologies and environmental conditions that exceed normal understanding, traditional categories for understanding criminal behavior prove inadequate for addressing entities like the Sickleman, who seem to exist simultaneously in history and folklore, reality and legend. The skulls that serve as the Sickleman's trophies remind us that even in the wasteland, where death has become commonplace and violence ordinary, certain forms of systematic killing retain their power to disturb and unsettle those who encounter evidence of their occurrence. The careful collection and preservation of human heads speaks to pathology that transcends survival necessity or even sadistic pleasure, reaching into psychological territory, where symbolic meaning and ritualistic compulsion drive behavior that defies rational explanation or moral justification. The Black Bear Lodge, nestled in the toxic valley of West Virginia, like a monument to American leisure and prosperity, its rustic architecture and carefully maintained grounds presenting the image of wholesome family recreation that had defined the pre-war outdoor industry. Before environmental devastation transformed the valley into a poisoned wasteland where even the trees struggled to survive, this region had been a hunter's paradise, dense forests teeming with wildlife, crystal clear streams that reflected mountain peaks, and wilderness areas where city dwellers could reconnect with the natural world that industrial civilization had increasingly separated them from. The Addington family had built their fortune on providing access to this paradise, creating a business that served the growing American appetite for recreational hunting while maintaining the exclusive atmosphere that wealthy clients expected from their wilderness experiences. Wesley and Carl Addington had inherited more than just a successful business from their predecessors. They had inherited a worldview that saw the natural world as existing primarily for human pleasure and exploitation. The brothers who took control of the Black Bear Lodge in the early 2060s represented the third generation of their family to operate the hunting establishment, carrying forward traditions and attitudes that had been shaped by decades of catering to clients who saw killing as entertainment and the wilderness as a playground designed for their amusement. This perspective would prove to be both the foundation of their legitimate success and the seedbed for their eventual descent into activities that transcended legal hunting to become something far more sinister. The legitimate operations of the Black Bear Lodge during its peak years reflected the sophistication and scale that characterized the pre-war outdoor recreation industry. The facility offered guided hunting expeditions for big game, shooting instruction for clients of all skill levels, and competitive tournaments that attracted serious hunters from across the eastern United States. The lodge's reputation for providing access to trophy-quality animals while maintaining safety standards and comfortable accommodations made it a preferred destination for corporate executives, government officials, and other members of America's elite who could afford the substantial fees that such exclusive experiences commanded. The brothers themselves had been raised in this environment of commercialized hunting, educated from childhood in the techniques and traditions that made killing into sport rather than mere necessity. Their father and grandfather had taught them to read animal tracks, to select optimal positions for clean shots, to field dress harvested game with efficiency and respect for the creature whose life they had taken. But more than these practical skills, they had absorbed the philosophical framework that justified taking life for pleasure, the belief that humans possessed inherent dominance over other species, and that demonstrating this dominance through skillful killing represented a form of spiritual connection with nature. This philosophical foundation would prove crucial to understanding how the brothers eventually transitioned from legal hunting to human prey. The psychological mechanisms that allowed them to derive satisfaction from killing animals for sport contained within them the potential for expansion to include different categories of targets: the careful stalking, the patient waiting for optimal opportunity, the pride in clean kills that minimize suffering while maximizing trophy value. All these elements could be transferred to new forms of hunting without requiring fundamental changes to the brothers' core psychology or methods. The environmental destruction that began to transform the toxic valley in the late 2060s created the conditions that would trigger this transformation. Industrial contamination from Grafton Steel and other manufacturing facilities gradually poisoned the streams, killed the forests, and drove away or mutated the wildlife that had sustained the lodge's hunting operations. The brothers watched their family's paradise transform into a wasteland where traditional game became increasingly scarce, and the natural beauty that had attracted their clientele was replaced by chemical devastation and ecological collapse. This environmental degradation threatened not just the lodge's profitability, but the brothers' entire sense of identity and purpose. They had been raised to see themselves as masters of the hunt, skilled practitioners of traditions that connected them to the natural world and to generations of their ancestors who had made their living from the wilderness. As the wilderness died around them, they faced the prospect of becoming obsolete relics of an industry that could no longer function in the poisoned landscape that the valley had become. The psychological impact of this loss cannot be understated. For individuals whose entire sense of worth and meaning derived from their mastery of hunting skills, the absence of suitable prey created an existential crisis that demanded resolution through alternative applications of their expertise. The careful tracking, patient stalking, and precise killing that had defined their professional success represented capabilities that could not simply be abandoned without profound personal cost. They needed new outlets for these skills, new categories of prey that could provide the psychological satisfaction that traditional hunting had once supplied. Wesley's proposition to his brother Carl, suggesting that they hunt something that would fight back, represented the culmination of this psychological evolution. The exact words of this conversation are lost to history, but the tone and content can be inferred from the results that followed. Wesley had identified the core limitation of their traditional hunting: that animals, however large or dangerous, lacked the intelligence and capability to provide truly challenging sport for hunters with their level of skill and experience. By suggesting human prey, he offered solution to both their business problems and their personal need for meaningful challenge. Carl's response, described by those who knew the brothers as immediate and enthusiastic agreement, suggests that Wesley had articulated thoughts that both brothers had been developing independently. The speed with which they moved from initial concept to operational implementation indicates that the idea of hunting humans was not shocking innovation, but natural evolution of attitudes and capabilities they had been developing throughout their careers. The relief that Carl reportedly felt at his brother's suggestion implies that he had been wrestling with similar thoughts but had been reluctant to voice them first. The systematic approach the brothers adopted for their new form of hunting demonstrates the same careful planning and attention to detail that had made their legitimate business successful. Rather than opportunistic selection of victims from their existing clientele, they developed a comprehensive strategy that would provide steady supply of human prey while minimizing risk of detection or legal consequences. The decision to offer free weekend accommodations to members of the general public represented sophisticated understanding of how to create victim pool without triggering suspicion from law enforcement or potential witnesses. This marketing strategy exploited the economic desperation that characterized pre-war America's final years, when resource scarcity had made even basic recreation impossible for many families. The prospect of free lodging at an exclusive hunting establishment would have attracted individuals and families with limited means who could never otherwise have afforded such experiences. These potential victims would have been grateful for the opportunity, less likely to question unusual aspects of their treatment, and unlikely to be missed quickly if they failed to return home as scheduled. The brothers' wealth and social standing provided additional protection against investigation should their activities eventually attract official attention. As prominent business owners with connections throughout the regional political and economic establishment, they possessed the resources and relationships necessary to deflect casual inquiries and delay serious investigation. Their legitimate business activities provided cover for the infrastructure and supplies that their hunting operations required, while their reputation for exclusive service explained any unusual security measures or restricted access areas that might otherwise have aroused suspicion. The basement trophy room of the Black Bear Lodge provides the most direct evidence of the brothers' activities and insights into the psychology that drove their transformation from legitimate hunters to systematic killers. The display cases that once held mounted animal heads now contained human remains, arranged with the same attention to aesthetic presentation that had characterized their traditional taxidermy. The care taken in preservation and presentation of these trophies demonstrates that the brothers viewed their human prey not as victims to be disposed of, but as achievements to be celebrated and remembered. The arrangement of human remains alongside traditional hunting trophies reveals how completely the brothers had integrated their new activities into their existing worldview and self-image. Human heads were positioned alongside deer antlers and bear pelts without apparent recognition of moral distinction between the different categories of kills. The brothers had successfully redefined murder as hunting, eliminating psychological barriers that might otherwise have prevented or limited their activities by incorporating them into familiar frameworks of meaning and value. The quality of preservation evident in the human trophies demonstrates technical skill that had been developed through years of legitimate taxidermy work but now served far more sinister purposes. The brothers possessed both the knowledge and equipment necessary to prepare human remains for long-term display, ensuring that their trophies would serve as lasting monuments to their hunting achievements. This technical capability, combined with their isolated location and protected social status, enabled them to maintain evidence of their crimes without the concealment that most killers would consider essential for avoiding detection. The evidence suggesting that the brothers survived the Great War and continued their activities in the transformed post-nuclear environment reveals the adaptability that had made their original business successful and would serve them equally well in the wasteland that followed. Civilization's collapse. The mounted heads of mutated creatures found throughout the lodge, deathclaws, super mutants, and other post-war predators demonstrate that they transferred their hunting skills to new categories of prey as environmental conditions changed around them. This adaptation from human to mutant prey might represent either moral evolution or practical necessity depending on interpretation. Perhaps the brothers recognized that hunting fellow humans had been wrong and redirected their violence toward creatures that posed genuine threats to innocent survivors. Alternatively, the scarcity of human victims in the immediate post-war period might have forced them to seek alternative prey that could provide similar psychological satisfaction while remaining available despite the drastically reduced population that had survived nuclear devastation. The skill required to successfully hunt the dangerous mutated creatures that populate the post-war wasteland suggests that the brothers not only survived the Great War, but thrived in the harsh new environment it created. The ability to track and kill deathclaws, creatures that represent apex predators capable of devastating most human settlements, indicates hunting expertise that had been refined through decades of practice on increasingly challenging prey. The brothers, who had begun by hunting deer and bear, had ultimately become capable of eliminating some of the most dangerous creatures in the post-nuclear world. The trophy collection that includes Deathclaw remains alongside human skulls, creates disturbing equivalence between different categories of kills, suggesting that the brothers maintained the same psychological framework for understanding their activities, regardless of their choice of prey, whether hunting humans or mutated monsters. They approached each kill as achievement to be celebrated, rather than necessary violence to be regretted. This consistency of attitude across drastically different circumstances reveals the depth of their commitment to seeing killing as sport rather than tragedy. The theories that connect the Addington brothers to other mysterious activities in the region, particularly speculation about their involvement with the Sickleman murders or the Mothman cult, reflect the interconnected nature of Appalachian mysteries and the possibility that various criminal and supernatural activities might represent coordinated rather than coincidental phenomena. The proximity of the Black Bear Lodge to other sites associated with systematic killing or cult activity suggests that the Toxic Valley might have served as center for organized criminal activity that extended beyond the brothers' individual hunting expeditions. The lighthouse visible from the Sickleman's cabin, where the Mothman can allegedly be summoned through appropriate rituals, provides geographical connection that links the brothers to broader supernatural activities in the region. If Wesley Addington did indeed become involved with the Mothman cult, as some theories suggest, his transition from hunting lodge operator to supernatural cult leader represents logical evolution of someone who had already demonstrated willingness to transcend conventional moral boundaries in pursuit of experiences beyond normal human capability. This potential connection transforms the brothers from isolated killers into participants in larger networks of criminal and supernatural activity that might have characterized pre-war Appalachia in ways that official records never documented. The region's tradition of folk magic, cult activity, and supernatural belief might have provided framework for criminal enterprises that operated beneath the notice of outside authorities while serving the psychological needs of individuals who sought power and meaning through systematic violence. The wealth that had enabled the brothers to operate their hunting lodge without financial constraints also provided them with resources to explore other interests and activities that might have attracted them to cult involvement or supernatural experimentation. Their established reputation for discretion and exclusive service might have made them natural candidates for participation in activities that required secrecy and protection from official interference. The isolation of their lodge provided ideal setting for meetings, rituals, or other activities that would have been impossible in more populated areas. The social connections that came with their business success, relationships with government officials, corporate executives, and other members of the regional elite might have provided access to information about supernatural activities or criminal opportunities that would not have been available to individuals without such extensive networks. The brothers' participation in exclusive social circles could have exposed them to philosophical perspectives or practical opportunities that encouraged their transition from legitimate hunting to more problematic activities. The evidence of their post-war survival and continued hunting activities suggests that whatever additional involvements they might have developed, the brothers never abandoned the core activity that had defined their identity and provided their primary source of satisfaction. The trophy room that displays both pre-war human remains and post-war mutant kills represents continuity of purpose that transcended the apocalyptic disruption of nuclear war. The brothers, who had made killing into art form before civilization collapsed, had found ways to continue their artistic practice in the wasteland that emerged from its ashes. The moral evaluation of the Addington brothers' activities requires consideration of how their choice of prey and methods compare to other forms of violence that characterize wasteland existence. Their systematic hunting of humans for sport represents inexcusable criminal behavior by any civilized standard, yet their post-war focus on dangerous mutated creatures might serve beneficial purposes for human settlements threatened by these predators. The skills and equipment that had enabled their criminal activities could potentially be redirected toward legitimate protective services for communities unable to defend themselves against the wasteland's most dangerous inhabitants. Yet the psychological framework that had enabled the brothers to derive pleasure from killing humans for sport raises serious questions about whether their post-war activities truly represent moral evolution or simply practical adaptation to changed circumstances. The same attitudes that had allowed them to see human beings as prey for their entertainment might make them unreliable allies or protectors for wasteland communities, regardless of their current choice of targets. The fundamental perspective that sees killing as sport rather than tragedy might prove incompatible with the community-building efforts that characterize the most successful post-war settlements. The Black Bear Lodge stands today as monument to the complex legacy of the Addington brothers, a place where legitimate business success provided cover for systematic criminal activity, where wealth and social status enabled evil to operate without interference, where the transformation of killing into entertainment reached conclusions that challenged fundamental assumptions about human nature and moral development. The building that once welcomed families seeking outdoor recreation became a crime scene that documented the capacity for evil to hide behind respectable facades. The trophy room that displays the brothers' kills across decades of activity serves as physical manifestation of their psychology and the evolution of their activities from legal hunting through human predation to post-war creature elimination. Each mounted head represents not just successful kill but snapshot of the brothers' mindset at different stages of their criminal career. The progression from traditional game through human victims to mutated monsters tells a story of adaptability that enabled them to maintain their core identity despite radical changes in their environment and available prey. The brothers who had transformed their family's legitimate hunting business into cover for systematic murder had achieved something that few criminals manage: the creation of sustainable criminal enterprise that provided both psychological satisfaction and practical protection from consequences. Their wealth insulated them from investigation. Their social status provided credibility that deflected suspicion, and their isolated location offered privacy for activities that would have been impossible in more populated areas. They had found a way to pursue their darkest impulses while maintaining respectable public image and continuing to profit from legitimate business operations. As we leave the shadow of the Black Bear Lodge and its grim trophy room, we carry with us uncomfortable recognition that evil often wears familiar faces, that respectability can serve as cover for systematic cruelty, and that wealth and social position provide protection that enables rather than constrains criminal behavior. The brothers who turned their hunting lodge into human abattoir remind us that the capacity for systematic evil exists alongside the capacity for legitimate achievement, that the same skills and resources that create success in conventional endeavors can be redirected toward purposes that violate every principle of human decency and moral behavior. The capital wasteland that emerged from the nuclear devastation of 2077 presented a landscape where the boundaries between civilization and savagery had been erased, along with most other familiar landmarks of human society. 2 centuries of isolation, radiation exposure, and desperate survival had created communities where systematic killing became normalized as both practical necessity and psychological adaptation to a world where death arrived with such frequency that moral frameworks designed for peaceful societies proved inadequate for addressing daily realities. In this environment, serial killers operated not as aberrations requiring special investigation, but as natural products of conditions that rewarded violence and punished those who clung too tightly to pre-war moral constraints. The distinction between legitimate self-defense and systematic murder blurred beyond recognition in settlements where survival depended upon eliminating threats before they could eliminate you. Raiders, super mutants, feral ghouls, and other predators made violence a constant presence in wasteland life, creating psychological conditions where the capacity for killing became essential survival skill rather than criminal aberration. Those who excelled at violence found themselves valued by their communities regardless of their methods or motivations, while those who hesitated to kill when killing was necessary often perished along with the communities they failed to protect. The family that established itself in the ruins of Moresti Station represents one of the most sophisticated examples of systematic killing disguised as legitimate community organization. Unlike the random violence that characterized most raider groups, the family operated according to carefully developed protocols that governed victim selection, killing methods, and the disposal or utilization of remains. Their transformation from ordinary vault dwellers into organized predators demonstrates how post-war conditions could reshape human behavior in ways that would have been inconceivable to their pre-war predecessors. The family's feeding practices, while rationalized through elaborate mythology about their supernatural nature and dietary requirements, functioned as systematic hunting operation that targeted specific categories of victims according to predetermined criteria. Their selection process prioritized individuals who would not be immediately missed, travelers without strong community connections, outcasts from established settlements, and others whose disappearance would not trigger organized retaliation or investigation. This careful victim selection demonstrates planning and risk assessment capabilities that distinguish organized criminal activity from opportunistic violence. The ritualistic elements that surrounded the family's feeding activities served both practical and psychological purposes that reveal sophisticated understanding of group dynamics and individual motivation. The elaborate ceremonies that transformed killing into religious observance provided moral framework that justified actions that might otherwise have created guilt or resistance among group members. By redefining murder as spiritual necessity rather than criminal choice, the family's leadership created psychological permission structure that enabled systematic violence while maintaining group cohesion and individual commitment to the organization's continued operation. The leadership structure within the family, dominated by figures like Vance, who combined paternal authority with predatory capability, demonstrates how charismatic individuals could exploit post-war desperation to create followings that would accept and participate in systematic criminal activity. Vance's ability to transform frightened vault dwellers into efficient killers reveals both his personal manipulation skills and the environmental pressures that made ordinary people receptive to ideologies that would have been rejected in more stable circumstances. The underground tunnels that the family claimed as their territory provided ideal environment for systematic killing that could occur without interference from law enforcement or rival groups. The isolation and concealment that these spaces offered enabled activities that would have been impossible on the surface, while the controlled access points allowed regulation of who could enter and who could leave. The family had essentially created private kingdom where their particular form of systematic violence could flourish without external constraint or moral judgment. Paradise Falls represents another manifestation of systematic killing disguised as legitimate enterprise, though one that operated through economic rather than supernatural justification for its criminal activities. The slave trading operation run by Eulogy Jones and his associates functioned as systematic kidnapping and murder enterprise that targeted the most vulnerable members of wasteland society while providing valuable services to clients willing to pay for human chattel. The distinction between slavery and murder proved largely academic for most victims, whose life expectancy after capture rarely extended beyond whatever immediate utility they could provide to their captors. The selection criteria employed by Paradise Falls slavers reveals systematic approach to victim identification that prioritized individuals whose capture would provide maximum profit with minimum risk of retaliation. Children represented particularly valuable commodities due to their potential for long-term exploitation and training, while adults with useful skills commanded higher prices than those who could provide only manual labor. The economic calculations that determined who lived, who died, and who suffered fates potentially worse than death created systematic killing operation disguised as business venture. The psychological conditioning that transformed wasteland survivors into effective slavers demonstrates how organizational culture could normalize systematic cruelty through gradual desensitization and moral redefinition. New recruits to Paradise Falls underwent informal training that began with minor participation in slave trading activities and gradually escalated to direct involvement in capture operations, punishment enforcement, and elimination of troublesome inventory. This progression allowed individuals who might have initially balked at systematic killing to become comfortable with violence through incremental exposure and positive reinforcement for successful participation. Eulogy Jones himself exemplifies the kind of charismatic leadership that enabled systematic criminal enterprises to flourish in the lawless environment of the capital wasteland. His combination of personal charm, tactical intelligence, and ruthless pragmatism created organizational culture where systematic killing became accepted business practice rather than criminal aberration. His ability to attract and retain followers despite the obvious moral problems with Paradise Falls operations reveals how desperation and environmental pressure could override ethical constraints that would have prevented such participation in more stable circumstances. The economic integration of Paradise Falls slave trading operations with broader wasteland commerce demonstrates how systematic killing could become embedded within legitimate trade networks without triggering organized resistance or moral condemnation from participating communities. Settlements that purchased slaves or provided supplies to Paradise Falls became complicit in systematic criminal activity while maintaining distance from its most objectionable aspects. This complicity enabled the operation to function openly, despite its obviously criminal nature and the suffering it inflicted on captured victims. The town of Andale presents perhaps the most disturbing example of how entire communities could normalize systematic killing through shared delusion and mutual reinforcement of criminal activity. The families who inhabited this seemingly peaceful settlement had developed systematic approach to murder that served both practical needs for food and psychological needs for maintaining their artificial normalcy in the face of wasteland, conditions that should have made such normalcy impossible. Their cheerful facade and domestic routines concealed systematic cannibalism that required regular killing to sustain their lifestyle and community identity. The Smiths and Harrises, who controlled Andale, had created elaborate mythology that justified their systematic killing, while maintaining the comfortable illusion that they were ordinary suburban families continuing pre-war traditions despite changed circumstances. Their designation of outsiders as ingredients rather than fellow human beings demonstrates psychological distancing technique that enabled systematic murder by redefining victims as resources rather than people. This linguistic framework created permission structure that allowed otherwise ordinary individuals to participate in activities that would have horrified them if described in straightforward moral terms. The systematic approach to victim selection and processing that characterized Andale's operations reveals planning capability and organizational sophistication that distinguish systematic killing from random violence or opportunistic crime. The families had developed protocols for identifying suitable victims, luring them into vulnerable positions, eliminating them efficiently, and processing the remains for consumption while disposing of evidence that might attract unwanted attention. This systematic approach enabled sustained operation over extended periods without detection by potential investigators or interference from outside authorities. The children raised within Andale's criminal culture demonstrate how systematic killing could be transmitted across generations through environmental conditioning and cultural normalization. Young people who grew up participating in cannibalistic community activities would have developed entirely different moral frameworks compared to those raised in conventional settlements, making them effective participants in criminal enterprises, while potentially rendering them incapable of functioning in normal social environments. The systematic corruption of childhood development for criminal purposes represents one of the most disturbing aspects of how post-war conditions enabled systematic evil to flourish. The domestic facade that Andale presented to casual visitors demonstrates sophisticated understanding of human psychology and social expectations that enabled systematic criminal activity to operate beneath cover of apparent normalcy. The carefully maintained suburban appearance, complete with white picket fences and manicured lawns, exploited visitors' preconceptions about safe communities, while concealing the systematic violence that sustained the settlement's operations. This deception required coordination and commitment from entire community, revealing how shared criminal activity could become foundation for social cohesion rather than source of internal conflict. Tenpenny Tower presents different model of systematic killing that operated through economic privilege and social hierarchy rather than shared community delusion or supernatural justification. The systematic elimination of residents who failed to meet the tower's social standards or who possessed resources that other residents coveted demonstrates how wealth concentration could enable criminal activity through insulation from consequences and corruption of potential oversight mechanisms. The systematic murders that occurred within the tower's supposedly secure environment reveal how privilege could become license for criminal behavior when combined with isolation from external moral constraints. The social dynamics within Tenpenny Tower created an environment where systematic killing could be rationalized as maintenance of community standards rather than criminal activity. The elimination of undesirable residents could be justified as protecting property values and maintaining the exclusive atmosphere that made the tower attractive to its wealthy inhabitants. This rationalization provided psychological permission structure that enabled otherwise civilized individuals to participate in or ignore systematic criminal activity that served their economic interests while violating fundamental moral principles. The investigative challenge presented by Tenpenny Tower murders demonstrates how social privilege could complicate efforts to address systematic criminal activity even when evidence was available and motives were clear. The wealth and social connections possessed by tower residents provided protection against serious investigation, while their isolated location made independent fact-finding difficult for potential outside investigators. The systematic nature of the killings could be concealed through careful staging and manipulation of evidence that made each death appear accidental or justified rather than components of larger criminal pattern. The pre-war domestic violence cases preserved in locations like Germantown Police Headquarters provide glimpse into how systematic killing within family structures had operated in the supposedly civilized society that preceded nuclear war. The evidence lockers that survived the apocalypse contain documentation of murder cases that reveal disturbing patterns of escalating violence within intimate relationships, systematic abuse that culminated in killing, and the failure of legal systems to protect victims from predictable violence that official records had documented but failed to prevent. These preserved case files demonstrate that systematic killing had existed within pre-war society, despite the legal frameworks and social institutions that were supposed to prevent such behavior. The domestic violence that escalated to murder reveals how intimate relationships could become context for systematic cruelty and eventual killing, while the institutional failures that enabled such escalation foreshadowed the complete breakdown of protective mechanisms that would characterize post-war society. The seeds of the wasteland's normalized violence existed within the civilization that nuclear war destroyed. The environmental storytelling found throughout abandoned capital wasteland homes reveals countless instances of domestic violence that had escalated to systematic killing, their evidence preserved by the same nuclear devastation that had ended the society they occurred within. Skeletal remains found in bedrooms, basements, and other intimate spaces tell stories of systematic abuse that had culminated in murder, their positioning and associated evidence suggesting patterns of escalating violence that had been interrupted by nuclear fire rather than legal intervention or successful escape. These frozen moments of domestic tragedy provide insight into how systematic killing had operated within the seemingly normal households of pre-war America, revealing the violence that had existed beneath surfaces of respectability and social conformity. The careful concealment techniques, evident in some scenes, suggest killers who had planned to continue their activities beyond the immediate victims whose remains survived to tell their stories. The systematic nature of the abuse documented through positioning of remains and associated evidence indicates patterns of behavior that would have continued if nuclear war had not ended both perpetrators and victims simultaneously. The raider groups that established themselves in various locations throughout the capital wasteland created systematic killing operations that served both practical and psychological purposes for individuals who found meaning and identity through violence against those weaker than themselves. Unlike the organized criminal enterprises of groups like Paradise Falls, these smaller raider bands operated through informal hierarchies, where systematic killing became both survival strategy and entertainment that bonded group members through shared participation in increasingly extreme violence. The torture chambers and killing grounds, established by various raider groups throughout the capital wasteland, reveal systematic approaches to violence that transcended immediate practical needs to become recreational activities that provided psychological satisfaction for participants. The elaborate contraptions found in locations like the Evergreen Mills Foundry demonstrate creativity and planning that distinguish systematic torture from simple interrogation or punishment, while the careful preservation of victim remains suggests trophy collection that served ongoing psychological needs rather than immediate tactical purposes. The leadership structures within raider groups typically emerged around individuals whose capacity for systematic violence exceeded that of their followers, creating hierarchies based on escalating criminal capability rather than traditional leadership qualities like intelligence or charisma. These leaders gained and maintained authority through demonstrated willingness to engage in systematic killing that other group members found psychologically challenging, establishing dominance through their ability to exceed normal human limits on violence while maintaining the organizational capability necessary for group survival. The initiation practices that characterized raider group membership typically involved participation in systematic killing as demonstration of commitment to group values and acceptance of moral frameworks that prioritized group survival over individual ethical constraints. New members underwent testing that escalated from minor violence to systematic torture and murder, ensuring that only individuals capable of full participation in group criminal activities achieved permanent membership. This selection process created communities where systematic killing became shared identity rather than individual pathology. The 2-century isolation that many capital wasteland communities experienced following the Great War created conditions where systematic killing could develop without external moral constraint or legal consequence. Settlements that had lost contact with broader human civilization developed their own moral frameworks and behavioral norms that sometimes normalized violence in ways that would have been impossible in more connected communities. The absence of external authority or oversight allowed criminal practices to flourish and become institutionalized within community structures. The resource scarcity that defined capital wasteland existence created practical justifications for systematic killing that enabled moral rationalization of criminal behavior. Communities facing starvation could justify cannibalism as survival necessity, while groups competing for limited resources could rationalize elimination of competitors as legitimate self-defense. These practical pressures provided psychological cover for individuals whose motivations might have been primarily sadistic or power-seeking, allowing systematic killers to operate with community support rather than community opposition. The mutation and radiation exposure that affected many capital wasteland inhabitants raised complex questions about the relationship between physical transformation and moral capacity that complicated efforts to understand systematic killing in post-war contexts. Individuals whose humanity had been altered by environmental factors might have experienced changes in empathy, impulse control, or moral reasoning that contributed to their capacity for systematic violence. These possibilities created ambiguity about criminal responsibility and appropriate response to systematic killing that would not have existed in pre-war legal frameworks. The absence of effective law enforcement throughout most of the capital wasteland meant that systematic killers operated without fear of official consequence, enabling criminal behavior to escalate beyond what would have been possible in societies with functioning justice systems. This lawlessness created an environment where the primary constraint on systematic killing was the victim's ability to defend themselves or their community's capacity for retaliation, rather than legal or moral sanctions that might have deterred criminal behavior in more organized old societies. The legacy of systematic killing throughout the capital wasteland extends beyond immediate harm to victims to include broader impact on community psychology and social development that shaped how post-war society evolved in response to constant exposure to violence. Communities that experienced or witnessed systematic killing developed cultural adaptations that prioritized security over trust, individual survival over community cooperation, and practical advantage over moral principle. These adaptations enabled survival in hostile environments, but sometimes perpetuated cycles of violence that made systematic killing more likely rather than less. As we survey the scattered evidence of systematic killing throughout the capital wasteland, we encounter a recurring reminder that the absence of civilization does not eliminate human capacity for evil, but merely removes the constraints that had previously limited its expression. The killers who operated throughout this devastated region found ways to pursue their darkest impulses while adapting to environmental conditions that would have challenged even the most resourceful criminals of the pre-war world, demonstrating that systematic violence represents a fundamental aspect of human psychology rather than product of particular social or environmental conditions. The Commonwealth that emerged from 2 centuries of post-war isolation presented a more complex landscape for systematic killing than the relatively straightforward lawlessness of other wasteland regions. By the time the sole survivor emerged from Vault 111, the former Massachusetts had developed into a patchwork of competing factions, established settlements, and technological capabilities that created new categories of predator and new justifications for systematic violence. The killers who operated in this environment possessed resources and organizational support that their counterparts in less developed regions could only dream of, while the ideological frameworks that guided their activities reflected sophisticated philosophical development rather than simple adaptation to survival necessity. The industrial horrors of Dunich Borers reveal how pre-war systematic killing had operated beneath the veneer of legitimate business operations, hidden within corporate structures that provided both cover and justification for activities that would have been recognized as criminal if conducted by individuals rather than institutional entities. The mining operation that had extracted rare materials from beneath Massachusetts soil had also systematically eliminated workers whose knowledge of the company's actual activities threatened corporate security or whose continued existence proved inconvenient for operational efficiency. The excavation sites throughout Dunich Borers contain evidence of systematic worker elimination disguised as industrial accidents, their skeletal remains positioned in ways that suggest deliberate placement rather than workplace casualties. The preservation of these crime scenes through nuclear devastation and subsequent environmental isolation provides unique insight into how corporate entities had rationalized systematic killing as necessary business practice, rather than criminal activity requiring concealment or moral justification. The supernatural elements that characterize the Dunich Borers site, the otherworldly artifacts, the inexplicable environmental anomalies, the psychological effects experienced by visitors, create ambiguity about whether the systematic killing that occurred there represented purely human criminal activity or something that transcended conventional understanding of murder. The corporate documentation that survives in fragmentary form suggests that company officials had been aware of unusual phenomena associated with their extraction activities, but had chosen to continue operations despite employee casualties that exceeded any reasonable industrial accident rate. The cover-up techniques employed by Dunich Borers management reveal sophisticated understanding of how systematic killing could be concealed within legitimate industrial operations through careful documentation and strategic management of information. Worker deaths were recorded as equipment failures, cave-ins, or exposure incidents rather than homicides, while the systematic disposal of remains eliminated physical evidence that might have supported alternative explanations for the high casualty rates. This institutional approach to systematic killing demonstrates how organizational resources and authority could enable criminal activity that individual perpetrators could never have sustained. The Covenant settlement represents evolution of systematic killing into institutional practice, supported by entire community and justified through ideological framework that positioned murder as necessary protection against existential threat. The safe test that determined which visitors would be permitted to leave alive functioned as systematic victim selection process that eliminated individuals whose responses suggested synthetic infiltration or sympathetic attitudes toward artificial intelligence. This community-supported systematic killing demonstrates how post-war paranoia could transform entire settlements into criminal enterprises while maintaining facade of legitimate community organization. The testing protocols employed by Covenant reveal sophisticated understanding of psychological evaluation techniques that enabled systematic identification of victims according to predetermined criteria. The questions designed to detect synthetic infiltrators or sympathetic attitudes toward artificial intelligence served as screening mechanism that separated those who would be permitted to leave from those who would be subjected to systematic torture and eventual elimination. This systematic approach to victim selection demonstrates planning and organizational capability that distinguishes institutional killing from individual criminal activity. The torture chambers maintained by Covenant beneath their peaceful community facade provide evidence of systematic killing that combined ideological justification with sadistic methodology that served psychological needs beyond the stated purposes of protecting human settlements from synthetic infiltration. The elaborate equipment and careful documentation found in these facilities suggest that the systematic torture and murder of suspected synths had become institutionalized practice that served community identity and psychological satisfaction as much as practical security concerns. Dr. Chambers and the other Covenant researchers who conducted systematic torture and killing of suspected synths demonstrate how legitimate scientific training and resources could be redirected toward criminal activity when guided by ideological frameworks that dehumanized specific categories of victims. Their systematic approach to torture as information extraction technique reveals both technical sophistication and moral framework that permitted systematic killing while maintaining professional identity and community respect. The institutional support that enabled their activities demonstrates how systematic criminal behavior could be normalized when it served community purposes or ideological objectives. The transformation of Edgar Swan from municipal groundskeeper into the creature known as Swan represents a unique category of systematic killer whose criminal behavior resulted from involuntary mutation rather than deliberate moral choice. The pre-war experiments that transformed him into super mutant also altered his psychological capacity and moral reasoning, creating predator whose systematic killing of Commonwealth inhabitants might represent instinctual behavior rather than criminal intent. This ambiguity between victimization and perpetration complicates moral evaluation of his activities, while raising broader questions about responsibility and agency in cases where systematic killing results from external manipulation rather than internal choice. The evidence found around Swan's Pond reveals systematic hunting behavior that targeted specific categories of victims according to patterns that suggest either instinctual prey selection or residual human intelligence that guided victim identification. The remains scattered throughout the area show consistent processing that indicates systematic approach to killing rather than random violence, while their positioning suggests trophy collection or territorial marking behavior that served ongoing psychological or social needs beyond immediate survival requirements. The tragedy of Swan's transformation lies in the evidence that some human consciousness survived the mutation process, creating awareness of his actions, while potentially lacking capacity to control or modify his behavior. The holotapes that document his gradual transformation provide insight into the psychological horror of losing human identity, while retaining enough awareness to recognize the loss. This partial preservation of human consciousness within a form capable of systematic killing creates moral complexity that challenges conventional understanding of criminal responsibility and appropriate response to systematic violence. The combat zone represents institutionalized systematic killing that served entertainment purposes while providing economic benefits for organizers and participants willing to profit from systematic violence against unwilling victims. The gladiatorial combat that had been established in the ruins of the pre-war theater created systematic killing operation that eliminated victims for audience entertainment while maintaining facade of legitimate sporting event. This commercialization of systematic murder demonstrates how economic incentives could transform criminal activity into accepted cultural practice. The systematic nature of combat zone operations required organizational infrastructure and community support that enabled sustained killing while maintaining audience participation and performer recruitment. The systematic processing of combatants, from capture through training to eventual elimination in arena combat, demonstrates planning and resource allocation that distinguishes institutional killing from individual criminal activity. The economic relationships that sustain these operations reveal how systematic killing could become embedded within broader economic systems that provided legitimacy and protection for obviously criminal enterprises. The raider operations throughout the Commonwealth reveal diverse approaches to systematic killing that served different organizational purposes while sharing common elements of victim selection, elimination techniques, and trophy collection that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of psychological and practical aspects of systematic violence. The torture facilities established at locations like Libertalia and Federal Ration Stockpile provide evidence of systematic killing that combined practical interrogation purposes with recreational violence that served group bonding and individual psychological needs. The hierarchical structures within Commonwealth raider groups typically emerged around individuals whose capacity for systematic violence exceeded that of their followers, creating leadership based on demonstrated ability to engage in killing that others found psychologically challenging. These leaders gained authority through willingness to exceed normal human limits on violence, while maintaining organizational capability necessary for group survival and continued criminal activity. Their systematic approach to victim selection and elimination techniques distinguished them from opportunistic criminals, while establishing patterns of behavior that subordinates could emulate and eventually exceed. The super mutant compounds scattered throughout the Commonwealth reveal systematic hunting and consumption of human prey that combined instinctual predatory behavior with residual human intelligence that enabled sophisticated victim selection and processing techniques. The evidence found at locations like Trinity Tower and Fort Strong demonstrates systematic approach to human hunting that prioritized specific categories of victims while developing efficient methods for capture, containment, and eventual consumption that maximized food value while minimizing operational risk. The systematic nature of super mutant hunting operations suggests organizational capability that transcends simple instinctual behavior to include planning, coordination, and resource allocation that indicates preserved human intelligence despite physical and psychological transformation. The careful selection of hunting grounds, the systematic processing of captured humans, and the strategic concealment of operations from potential retaliation all demonstrate cognitive capabilities that distinguish systematic killing from random predation while raising questions about moral responsibility and criminal intent. The Institute's systematic replacement and disposal of Commonwealth residents represents perhaps the most sophisticated and morally complex example of systematic killing found anywhere in the wasteland. The organization's systematic kidnapping of surface dwellers for experimental purposes, followed by their replacement with synthetic duplicates and disposal of original victims, created systematic killing operation that served scientific research while eliminating evidence through complete identity theft rather than simple murder and concealment. The systematic approach employed by Institute scientists reveals organizational capability and resource allocation that enabled sustained criminal activity on scale that individual killers could never achieve. The careful selection of replacement targets based on social position and potential impact, the sophisticated synthetic replacement process that prevented detection of systematic killing, and the systematic disposal of original victims through methods that eliminated physical evidence, all demonstrate institutional approach to systematic killing that transcended individual criminal capability. The moral framework that justified Institute's systematic killing reveals how scientific ideology and technological capability could combine to enable criminal activity that exceeded even the most sophisticated individual killers in scope and systematic approach. The dehumanization of surface dwellers as experimental subjects rather than fellow human beings created psychological permission structure that enabled systematic killing while maintaining scientific identity and institutional pride. This ideological framework demonstrates how institutional authority and scientific methodology could be corrupted to serve criminal purposes while maintaining facade of legitimate research activity. The Nuka World Raider gangs represent diverse approaches to systematic killing that serve different organizational purposes while sharing common elements of victim selection and elimination techniques that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of psychological and practical aspects of systematic violence. The disciples focus on torture and psychological terror. The operators' businesslike efficiency in systematic elimination, and the pack's animalistic approach to systematic predation reveal how different group cultures could develop distinct methodologies while pursuing similar goals of systematic victim exploitation. The disciples' systematic torture operations reveal sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation and pain infliction that enabled extraction of information, resources, or simply entertainment value from victims before their eventual elimination. The elaborate torture devices and systematic documentation found at disciple locations demonstrate planning and resource allocation that distinguishes institutional torture from individual sadistic behavior, while revealing how group culture could normalize and systematize activities that individual psychology might have found challenging to sustain. The operator's systematic approach to killing reveals business-like methodology that prioritized efficiency and profit over psychological satisfaction or ideological justification, creating criminal enterprise that treated systematic murder as economic activity rather than personal or recreational pursuit. Their systematic victim selection based on resource potential and elimination techniques designed to maximize profit while minimizing operational risk demonstrate how systematic killing could be rationalized as legitimate business practice when conducted within appropriate organizational framework. The pack's systematic predation reveals how post-war environmental conditions could reshape human behavior toward more animalistic patterns that enabled systematic killing through instinctual rather than intellectual justification. Their systematic hunting of human prey using techniques adapted from animal predation demonstrates how environmental pressure and cultural isolation could transform human communities into systematic killing operations that served both practical survival needs and psychological adaptation to post-war conditions that exceeded normal human coping capacity. As we survey the systematic killing that characterizes the Commonwealth's complex factional landscape, we encounter evidence that the post-war world had created conditions where criminal behavior could be institutionalized, normalized, and systematized through organizational structures and ideological frameworks that provided both practical capability and moral justification for activities that would have been recognized as obviously criminal in more stable social environments. The killers who operated throughout this region possessed resources, organizational support, and community acceptance that enabled systematic violence on scales that individual criminals could never achieve, while maintaining facades of legitimacy that protected them from retaliation or interference. The Mojave wasteland of the late 2200s presented a unique landscape for systematic killing, shaped by the competing political powers that had emerged to fill the vacuum left by the federal government's collapse 2 centuries earlier. Unlike other regions where lawlessness enabled individual predators to operate without constraint, the Mojave's complex factional politics created an environment where systematic killers found themselves operating within, against, or alongside organized military and political structures that possessed their own approaches to systematic violence. The New California Republic's expansion eastward, Caesar's legion's brutal conquest campaigns, and Mr. Calm, House's authoritarian control of New Vegas had created a 3-way power struggle where systematic killing served political purposes as much as personal pathology. The fiends who terrorized the outer areas of New Vegas represented perhaps the purest example of systematic killing, driven by chemical addiction and psychological degradation rather than political ideology or survival necessity. These chem-addicted raiders had organized themselves into loose confederation that prioritized systematic terror against NCR civilian populations while maintaining just enough coherence to avoid complete self-destruction through their own violence. Their systematic approach to torture, murder, and psychological warfare against innocent settlements revealed how drug-induced behavioral changes could transform ordinary criminal activity into a sustained campaign of systematic terror. Cook emerged from this chemical-fueled chaos as an individual whose systematic rape and murder activities had achieved legendary status even among the violence-hardened population of the outer Vegas region. His reputation extended far beyond his immediate victims to influence NCR military morale and civilian behavior patterns throughout areas where fiend activity posed ongoing threat. The systematic nature of his crimes, combined with his ability to evade NCR military forces despite their superior organization and equipment, created psychological impact that exceeded the immediate harm inflicted on his direct victims. The documentation of Cook's activities in NCR military reports reveals systematic approach to victim selection and criminal methodology that distinguished his behavior from the random violence typically associated with chem-addicted raiders. His ability to identify vulnerable targets, execute attacks that maximize psychological trauma, and escape pursuit by organized military forces demonstrates planning capability and tactical awareness that suggest either preserved intelligence despite chemical addiction or natural criminal talent that had been enhanced rather than diminished by chem use. The systematic terror campaign that Cook conducted against NCR civilians served strategic purposes that extended beyond his personal psychological satisfaction to include broader impact on the Republic's expansion efforts and military effectiveness. His activities created a climate of fear that made civilian settlement and economic development more difficult, while forcing allocation of military resources to protective rather than offensive operations. This strategic impact positioned Cook as more than individual criminal. He became component of broader fiend resistance to NCR territorial expansion. The psychological profile that emerges from analysis of Cook's systematic activities reveals individual whose chemical addiction had not eliminated his capacity for complex planning and execution, but had instead removed moral constraints that might otherwise have limited his criminal behavior. His systematic approach to identifying and stalking victims, his sophisticated techniques for avoiding capture, and his apparent understanding of the psychological impact his crimes would have on broader populations all indicate preserved cognitive capability despite the behavioral changes associated with heavy chem use. Violet and her pack of Night Stalker companions represent different model of systematic killing that combined human intelligence with animal predatory instincts to create hunting operation that served both practical survival needs and psychological satisfaction derived from successful pursuit and elimination of human prey. The symbiotic relationship between Violet and her mutated animals enabled systematic hunting techniques that neither human nor animal intelligence could have achieved independently, creating predatory capability that exceeded what individual killers could typically sustain. The systematic nature of Violet's hunting operations reveals sophisticated understanding of predatory behavior and victim psychology that enabled sustained success against human prey despite the organized resistance that her activities inevitably provoked. Her ability to coordinate human planning with animal tracking and attack capabilities created hunting system that combined the best aspects of human and animal predatory techniques while minimizing the vulnerabilities that affected purely human or purely animal hunters. This hybrid approach enabled systematic killing that could adapt to changing environmental conditions and victim behavior patterns. The psychological adaptation required for Violet to function effectively alongside her Night Stalker pack suggests profound transformation of normal human social instincts and moral reasoning. Her systematic hunting of human prey required development of predatory mindset that prioritized successful kills over human empathy while maintaining enough human intelligence to plan complex operations and avoid organized retaliation. This psychological hybridization between human and animal perspectives enabled systematic killing that transcended what either species could typically achieve independently. The territory that Violet and her pack controlled through systematic elimination of human intruders demonstrates how predatory activity could be used to establish and maintain exclusive access to valuable resources in the competitive environment of the Mojave wasteland. Their systematic hunting served both immediate survival needs and territorial control purposes that provided long-term strategic advantages over competitors who lacked similar capability for systematic elimination of threats and rivals. This dual purpose transformed systematic killing from criminal activity into environmental adaptation strategy. Motorrunner's leadership of the Fiends through systematic intimidation and elimination of potential challengers reveals how individual killers could leverage their capacity for violence into organizational authority that enabled systematic killing on scales far exceeding what they could achieve independently. His systematic elimination of Fiend members who questioned his authority or demonstrated insufficient loyalty created organizational culture where systematic killing became accepted method for maintaining hierarchy and ensuring group cohesion, despite the chemical addiction and behavioral instability that characterized most Fiend members. The systematic torture and murder techniques that Motorrunner employed to maintain authority within Fiend ranks demonstrate sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation and fear-based control that enabled sustained leadership despite the chaotic and violent environment that characterized Fiend society. His ability to systematically eliminate threats to his position while maintaining operational capability sufficient for sustained conflict with NCR forces reveals planning and organizational ability that distinguished him from typical chem-addicted raiders whose behavior patterns typically precluded sustained, systematic activity. The Vault-Tec experiments, documented throughout various Mojave locations, reveal how pre-war systematic killing had been institutionalized within corporate research programs that provided legal and moral justification for activities that would have been recognized as obviously criminal if conducted by individuals rather than institutional authorities. The systematic elimination of vault dwellers through controlled experiments designed to test human behavior under extreme stress created systematic killing operations that served corporate research objectives while eliminating witnesses who might have reported on the true nature of Vault-Tec's activities. The documentation preserved in Vault terminals provides insight into how systematic killing had been rationalized as scientific necessity by researchers who maintained professional identity and institutional pride while participating in systematic elimination of human subjects. The careful record-keeping and methodological approaches that characterize these experiments reveal how scientific methodology could be corrupted to serve systematic killing while maintaining facade of legitimate research activity that provided psychological comfort for participants and institutional protection against potential legal consequences. The think tank scientists of Big Mountain represent post-war evolution of institutional systematic killing that combined preserved pre-war scientific knowledge with post-war moral flexibility to create research programs that systematically eliminated human subjects while pursuing technological advancement that served the scientists' intellectual curiosity rather than practical survival needs. Their systematic transformation of human visitors into experimental subjects demonstrates how scientific authority and technological capability could enable systematic killing while maintaining identity as researchers rather than criminals. The systematic nature of think tank experimental procedures reveals organizational approach to systematic killing that prioritize data collection and scientific methodology over efficiency or concealment, creating detailed documentation of systematic human elimination that provides unique insight into how institutional authority could normalize criminal activity through academic framework and research justification. Their systematic elimination of human subjects served both immediate experimental needs and longer-term research objectives that positioned systematic killing as component of legitimate scientific investigation. The psychological adaptation that enabled think tank scientists to maintain research identity while conducting systematic killing of human subjects demonstrates how institutional authority and intellectual framework could override moral constraints that would typically prevent systematic criminal activity. Their systematic dehumanization of experimental subjects through scientific terminology and methodological approach created psychological distance that enabled systematic killing while maintaining professional identity and intellectual pride in their research achievements. Mortimer's systematic introduction of human meat into ultra-luxe cuisine represents a sophisticated approach to systematic killing that combined culinary artistry with careful manipulation of social dynamics to normalize cannibalism within elite social environment. His systematic selection of victims who could be eliminated without triggering investigation or retaliation, combined with sophisticated preparation techniques that concealed the true nature of the meat being served, created systematic killing operation that served both personal philosophical objectives and practical business purposes. The systematic approach that Mortimer employed to gradually introduce human meat into ultra-luxe operations reveals sophisticated understanding of social psychology and gradual conditioning techniques that enabled systematic killing while maintaining social acceptance and business success. His careful selection of victims whose disappearance would not be immediately noticed, combined with preparation techniques that made human meat indistinguishable from conventional protein sources, created systematic killing operation that could function openly while concealing its true nature from participants and victims alike. The White Glove Society's potential participation in Mortimer's systematic cannibalism demonstrates how elite social organizations could be manipulated to support systematic killing through gradual introduction of criminal practices disguised as cultural refinement or exclusive privileges. The systematic conditioning of society members to accept increasingly extreme dietary choices created organizational culture where systematic killing could be normalized as advancement of group identity and social distinction rather than criminal activity, requiring moral justification or practical concealment. Father Elijah's systematic plan to eliminate all life in the Mojave using the cloud represents perhaps the most ambitious, systematic killing scheme documented in the wasteland, combining advanced technological capability with ideological framework that justified genocide as necessary purification of the post-war world. His systematic development of chemical weapons and delivery systems designed to eliminate all human life from vast geographical areas demonstrates how individual pathology could leverage institutional resources and preserve knowledge to enable systematic killing on unprecedented scales. The systematic nature of Elijah's planning reveals sophisticated understanding of both technological and psychological aspects of systematic killing that enabled development of elimination plan that would have exceeded anything that individual killers could achieve through direct violence. His systematic analysis of potential victims, environmental conditions, and delivery mechanisms demonstrates planning capability that distinguished institutional systematic killing from individual criminal activity, while revealing how preserved pre-war knowledge could be corrupted to serve systematic elimination purposes. The ideological framework that justified Elijah's systematic genocide plan reveals how individual psychological pathology could combine with technological capability and institutional authority to enable systematic killing that transcended personal satisfaction or practical survival needs to serve broader vision of human future that required elimination of existing populations. His systematic dehumanization of potential victims through ideological classification as corrupted or unworthy demonstrates how intellectual framework could provide moral justification for systematic killing while maintaining identity as visionary rather than criminal. Ulysses' systematic plan to destroy both NCR and Legion territories through nuclear weapon deployment represents culmination of systematic killing methodology that combined preserved pre-war technology with post-war ideological development to create elimination capability that would have exceeded even pre-war military systematic killing in scope and devastating impact. His systematic analysis of target populations and elimination techniques demonstrates how individual obsession could leverage institutional resources to enable systematic killing that served personal psychological needs while providing ideological justification through political and philosophical framework. The systematic nature of Ulysses' planning reveals sophisticated understanding of technological and strategic aspects of systematic killing that enabled development of elimination plan that would have achieved systematic genocide, while serving personal vision of necessary cleansing that would prepare the wasteland for better future. His systematic dehumanization of NCR and Legion populations through ideological analysis that positioned them as obstacles to human advancement demonstrates how intellectual framework could justify systematic killing while maintaining identity as philosopher rather than mass murderer. The political structures that governed the Mojave created an environment where systematic killing could be institutionalized within legitimate governmental and military organizations while maintaining facade of lawful authority and moral justification for activities that would have been recognized as obviously criminal if conducted by individual perpetrators rather than institutional entities. The NCR's systematic elimination of tribal populations and political dissidents, Caesar's legion's systematic enslavement and murder of conquered peoples, and Mr. House's systematic elimination of threats to his authority all demonstrate how political power could enable systematic killing while providing legal and moral frameworks that justified criminal activity as necessary governance or military action. As we survey the systematic killing that characterizes the Mojave's complex political landscape, we encounter evidence that organized political authority could enable criminal behavior on scales that individual killers could never achieve, while providing ideological justification and institutional protection that normalized systematic violence as component of legitimate governance rather than criminal activity requiring concealment or moral rationalization. The killers who operated throughout this region possessed organizational support and political protection that enabled systematic criminal activity while maintaining facades of legitimacy that complicated efforts to distinguish between lawful authority and criminal enterprise. The Appalachian region that would become known as the Savage Divide possessed a unique position in the timeline of America's collapse, experiencing the immediate aftermath of nuclear devastation without the centuries of cultural evolution that had shaped other wasteland regions. When the bombs fell in 2077, West Virginia's mountainous terrain and relatively sparse population created pockets of survival that maintained closer connections to pre-war society than areas that had been more heavily targeted or completely depopulated. This proximity to the moment of collapse created conditions where systematic killing could emerge directly from the trauma of witnessing civilization's end, rather than developing gradually through generations of wasteland adaptation. The survivors who witnessed the immediate aftermath of nuclear war faced psychological challenges that exceeded anything their pre-war lives had prepared them to handle. The systematic breakdown of social institutions, the horrific deaths of friends and family members, and the environmental devastation that transformed familiar landscapes into alien hellscapes created mental strain that manifested in various forms of behavioral adaptation. For some, this trauma led to withdrawal and depression. For others, it triggered protective numbness that enabled survival at the cost of emotional connection. And for a few, it created permission structures that justified systematic killing as rational response to a world that had demonstrated the ultimate futility of moral constraint. The Free States movement that emerged in the immediate post-war period represents one of the most significant examples of how anti-government ideology could provide framework for systematic killing that served both ideological objectives and psychological needs of individuals whose faith in institutional authority had been shattered by the failure of those institutions to prevent nuclear war. The paranoid worldview that characterized Free States philosophy created enemy identification systems that justified systematic elimination of perceived threats while providing community support for activities that isolated individuals might have found psychologically challenging to sustain. The systematic approach that Free States communities adopted for identifying and eliminating perceived government agents reveals sophisticated understanding of counterintelligence techniques and victim selection criteria that enabled sustained criminal activity while maintaining facade of legitimate resistance to tyrannical authority. Their systematic elimination of individuals suspected of government affiliation demonstrates planning capability and organizational coordination that distinguishes institutional killing from individual criminal activity, while revealing how political ideology could provide moral justification for systematic murder. The documentation preserved in Free State's terminals provides insight into how systematic killing had been rationalized as patriotic duty by individuals who maintained identity as freedom fighters while conducting systematic elimination of fellow survivors whose political affiliations or survival strategies differed from established Free State's orthodoxy. The careful record-keeping and methodological approaches that characterize these elimination programs reveal how political framework could provide institutional support for systematic killing while maintaining identity as legitimate resistance activity rather than criminal enterprise. The Mothman cult that established itself in various locations throughout Appalachia represents evolution of supernatural belief into systematic killing operation that served both religious objectives and psychological needs of individuals whose exposure to unexplained phenomena had created worldview where systematic sacrifice became necessary component of spiritual practice. The systematic elimination of victims designated as offerings to the Mothman entity demonstrates how supernatural ideology could provide moral justification for criminal activity while creating community structure that supported sustained, systematic killing. The ritualistic elements that characterized Mothman cult systematic killing reveal sophisticated understanding of ceremonial practices and symbolic manipulation that enabled transformation of murder into religious observance. The systematic selection of victims according to criteria believed to please the Mothman entity, the elaborate preparation and presentation of sacrificial offerings, and the careful documentation of ritual procedures all demonstrate organizational approach to systematic killing that served spiritual objectives while providing psychological framework that justified criminal activity as religious necessity. The systematic nature of Mothman cult sacrificial practices suggests organizational capability and resource allocation that enabled sustained criminal activity while maintaining religious identity and community support for activities that would have been recognized as obviously criminal if conducted outside appropriate spiritual framework. The systematic elimination of designated victims served both immediate ritual needs and longer-term spiritual objectives that positioned systematic killing as component of legitimate religious practice rather than criminal activity. Requiring concealment or moral rationalization, the supernatural encounters that provided foundation for Mothman cult ideology raise complex questions about the relationship between genuine, unexplained phenomena and the systematic killing that was conducted in response to these encounters. The documented appearances of the Mothman entity, whether explained as unknown creature, radiation-induced hallucination, or genuine supernatural manifestation, created psychological conditions where systematic killing could be rationalized as appropriate response to otherworldly threat or supernatural command that transcended normal moral constraints. The responders organization that attempted to maintain emergency services in the immediate aftermath of nuclear war documented numerous cases of systematic killing that emerged during the chaotic period when social institutions had collapsed, but new organizational structures had not yet developed to replace them. Their records reveal how the absence of legitimate authority created conditions where systematic killing could flourish without legal consequence while serving various practical and psychological purposes for individuals struggling to adapt to post-apocalyptic conditions. The systematic elimination of perceived threats that characterized many early post-war communities reveals how resource scarcity and environmental danger could create victim selection criteria that justified systematic killing as necessary survival strategy rather than criminal activity. The responders' documentation of these cases provides insight into how ordinary individuals had adapted to post-war conditions by developing systematic approaches to violence that enabled community survival while requiring elimination of those designated as threats to group security or resource allocation. The medical documentation that responders maintained regarding systematic killing cases reveals how exposure to radiation and chemical contamination had affected human behavior and moral reasoning in ways that contributed to increased capacity for systematic violence. Their systematic analysis of behavioral changes among post-war survivors suggests that environmental factors had played a significant role in enabling systematic killing by reducing empathy, increasing aggression, and impairing judgment capabilities that normally constrained criminal behavior. The scorched plague that swept through Appalachia in the years following the Great War created a unique category of systematic killer whose criminal behavior resulted from infection rather than psychological choice, raising complex questions about criminal responsibility and appropriate response to systematic violence that emerged from involuntary biological transformation. The systematic hunting and elimination of non-infected humans by scorched individuals demonstrates how disease could transform ordinary people into systematic killers, while potentially preserving enough human intelligence to enable sophisticated victim selection and elimination techniques. The systematic nature of scorched predatory behavior suggests that the plague affected human psychology in ways that enhanced rather than eliminated capacity for complex planning and execution, while removing moral constraints that would normally prevent systematic killing of fellow humans. The systematic approach to victim identification and elimination that characterized scorched hunting patterns indicates preserved cognitive capability despite the behavioral transformation that made systematic killing inevitable rather than chosen criminal activity. The territorial control that scorched populations established through systematic elimination of non-infected humans reveals how biological transformation could enable systematic killing that served both immediate survival needs, broader biological imperatives that transcended individual choice or community decision-making. The systematic nature of scorched expansion patterns demonstrates how systematic killing could function as environmental adaptation strategy that served species-level objectives rather than individual criminal motivations. The mole miners who emerged from the mining operations beneath Appalachian mountains represent systematic killing operation that combined industrial organization with predatory behavior to create underground threat that systematically eliminated surface dwellers while maintaining operational capability that enabled sustained mining activities in pursuit of resources that served their transformed physiology and environmental needs. Their systematic approach to surface raids reveals planning capability and organizational structure that enabled sustained systematic killing while avoiding retaliation from surface communities. The systematic nature of mole miner hunting operations suggests organizational hierarchy and resource allocation that enabled sustained systematic killing while maintaining industrial productivity and territorial control that served community objectives rather than individual criminal motivations. Their systematic victim selection and elimination techniques demonstrate planning capability that distinguishes organized systematic killing from opportunistic violence, while revealing how environmental transformation could reshape human communities into systematic predatory operations. The Blood Eagles that emerged as dominant raider faction in certain regions of Appalachia represent systematic killing operation that combined religious ideology with recreational torture to create criminal enterprise that served both spiritual objectives and psychological satisfaction for participants who found meaning and identity through systematic infliction of suffering on designated victims. Their systematic approach to victim selection, torture methodology, and ritualistic elimination demonstrates organizational capability that enabled sustained systematic killing while providing ideological framework that justified criminal activity as religious practice. The ritualistic torture practices that characterized Blood Eagle systematic killing reveal sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation and pain, infliction that enabled extraction of spiritual satisfaction from victim suffering, while serving community bonding purposes that strengthened organizational cohesion through shared participation in increasingly extreme violence. Their systematic documentation of torture procedures and ritualistic elimination methods demonstrates how systematic killing could be institutionalized within organizational culture while maintaining religious identity and community support. The systematic nature of Blood Eagle expansion activities reveals how systematic killing could serve territorial control objectives while providing recruitment opportunities and resource acquisition that enabled sustained criminal enterprise. Their systematic elimination of competing raider groups and civilian settlements created territorial dominance that provided operational security while demonstrating organizational capability that distinguished institutional systematic killing from individual criminal activity. The vault experiments that had been conducted throughout Appalachia before the Great War created psychological conditions and behavioral patterns that contributed to post-war systematic killing by conditioning experimental subjects to accept extreme violence as normal component of community life while eliminating moral constraints that might otherwise have prevented systematic criminal activity. The systematic manipulation of vault populations through controlled psychological stress and behavioral conditioning created individuals whose capacity for systematic killing exceeded what normal human psychology would typically enable. The systematic nature of pre-war vault experiments reveals how institutional authority and scientific methodology could be corrupted to enable systematic killing, while maintaining facade of legitimate research activity that provided moral justification and institutional protection for activities that would have been recognized as obviously criminal if conducted outside appropriate scientific framework. The systematic elimination of vault subjects served both immediate experimental objectives and longer-term research goals that positioned systematic killing as component of scientific advancement rather than criminal activity. The cult activities that emerged around various mysterious locations throughout Appalachia demonstrate how supernatural belief systems could provide framework for systematic killing that served religious objectives while creating community structures that supported sustained criminal activity through shared participation and ideological justification. The systematic elimination of victims designated as offerings or threats to cult objectives reveals organizational capability that enabled sustained systematic killing while maintaining religious identity and spiritual purpose. The systematic documentation of mysterious disappearances around locations associated with supernatural activity suggests that cult-related systematic killing had achieved operational security and victim selection sophistication that enabled sustained activity without triggering organized retaliation or law enforcement investigation. The systematic nature of these disappearances indicates planning capability and organizational support that distinguishes institutional killing from individual criminal activity, while revealing how supernatural ideology could provide both justification and concealment for systematic criminal enterprise. The raider gangs that established territorial control throughout various regions of Appalachia developed systematic killing operations that served both practical objectives related to resource control and psychological needs related to group identity and individual status within criminal organizations. The cutthroats and other organized raider factions created systematic victim selection and elimination protocols that enabled sustained criminal activity while providing community structure and meaning for individuals whose post-war survival had required adaptation to moral frameworks that prioritized group loyalty over individual ethical constraints. The systematic territorial marking through murder that characterized raider gang expansion activities reveals sophisticated understanding of psychological warfare and resource control techniques that enabled sustained systematic killing while serving strategic objectives related to territorial dominance and competitor elimination. Their systematic approach to victim selection and elimination methods demonstrates planning capability that distinguishes organized criminal activity from opportunistic violence, while revealing how environmental pressure could transform ordinary survival groups into systematic killing operations. The influence of Appalachian folklore on post-war systematic killing methods demonstrates how pre-war cultural traditions could provide both inspiration and justification for criminal activity that served psychological needs related to community identity and spiritual belief, while enabling systematic elimination of victims according to traditional ritualistic practices that had been transformed from symbolic observance to literal implementation. The systematic incorporation of folkloric elements into killing methodology reveals how cultural preservation could be corrupted to serve criminal purposes, while maintaining identity as tradition keepers rather than criminal perpetrators. The systematic nature of folklore-influenced killing reveals how cultural authority and traditional knowledge could enable systematic criminal activity while providing moral justification and community support for activities that served both immediate psychological needs and longer-term cultural objectives related to maintaining connection with pre-war identity and spiritual practice. The systematic elimination of victims according to folkloric patterns demonstrates how traditional cultural frameworks could be corrupted to serve systematic killing while maintaining identity as cultural preservationists rather than criminal enterprise. As we survey the systematic killing that emerged throughout Appalachia in the immediate aftermath of nuclear war, we encounter evidence that proximity to civilization's collapse created unique conditions where systematic killing could develop through direct response to apocalyptic trauma rather than gradual adaptation to wasteland conditions over multiple generations. The killers who operated throughout this region possessed both immediate memory of pre-war moral frameworks and first-hand experience of their complete failure, creating psychological conditions where systematic killing could be rationalized as appropriate response to world that had demonstrated ultimate futility of moral constraint and institutional authority. The psychological landscape of the post-nuclear world created conditions for systematic killing that transcended anything pre-war criminology had documented or anticipated, transforming the very nature of what it meant to be a serial killer. In a world where death had become so commonplace that murder could be disguised as survival, justice, or even mercy. The mental frameworks that had governed human behavior for millennia were shattered along with the physical infrastructure of civilization, leaving survivors to construct new moral systems from the fragments of their shattered world, while navigating psychological terrain that no previous generation of humans had been forced to traverse. The immediate trauma of witnessing nuclear apocalypse created psychological conditions that fundamentally altered how survivors processed violence, death, and moral responsibility in ways that made systematic killing more psychologically accessible than it had been in the protected environment of pre-war civilization. The mass death that accompanied the Great War's initial exchange exposed entire populations to levels of carnage that would have been unimaginable in peacetime, creating psychological numbing that enabled individuals to witness or participate in systematic killing without experiencing the normal emotional responses that would have prevented such behavior in pre-war contexts. This psychological adaptation to mass death extended beyond simple emotional numbing to include fundamental restructuring of moral reasoning and identity formation that enabled individuals to construct new definitions of acceptable behavior that incorporated systematic killing as normal component of post-war existence. The cognitive frameworks that had previously distinguished between legitimate and illegitimate violence collapsed under the weight of survival necessity, creating moral flexibility that enabled systematic killing while maintaining psychological coherence and social identity within survivor communities. The resource scarcity that defined post-war existence created practical justifications for systematic killing that enabled moral rationalization of criminal behavior through survival frameworks that positioned elimination of competitors or threats as necessary rather than chosen violence. The competition for limited food, water, shelter, and other essential resources transformed systematic killing from aberrant criminal behavior into potentially rational survival strategy, while the absence of institutional authority meant that such violence carried no legal consequences beyond whatever retaliation victims or their communities might be capable of mounting. This transformation of systematic killing from criminal deviance to survival strategy created psychological conditions where individuals could maintain positive self-image while engaging in systematic murder by redefining their activities as legitimate self-defense or community protection, rather than criminal activity requiring moral justification. The practical benefits that systematic killing could provide in resource-scarce environments enabled rationalization that positioned murder as responsible survival choice rather than criminal pathology, while the community acceptance that often accompanied effective violence provided social reinforcement for activities that would have resulted in ostracism or punishment in pre-war society. The mutation and radiation exposure that affected many post-war survivors created biological changes that influenced psychological capacity for systematic killing in ways that complicated traditional understanding of criminal responsibility and moral agency. The physical transformation that turned humans into ghouls, super mutants, or other modified forms often involved changes to brain structure and neurochemistry that could affect empathy, impulse control, and moral reasoning, creating biological predisposition towards systematic violence that might not have existed in their original human form. The relationship between physical mutation and behavioral change raises complex questions about criminal responsibility that have no clear answers in post-war contexts, where normal human psychology has been altered by environmental factors beyond individual control. Systematic killers whose behavior resulted partly from radiation-induced brain damage or genetic modification might represent victims of external manipulation, rather than individuals who chose criminal pathways, while their actions continue to cause genuine harm, regardless of the biological factors that contributed to their criminal capability. The isolation that characterized many post-war communities created social conditions where systematic killing could develop without external moral constraint or corrective influence that might have prevented criminal behavior in more connected societies. Communities that lost contact with broader human civilization developed their own moral frameworks and behavioral norms that sometimes incorporated systematic killing as accepted practice, while the absence of external authority meant that criminal behavior could be institutionalized within community structures without interference from law enforcement or other corrective mechanisms. This social isolation enabled systematic killers to operate within supportive community environments rather than in opposition to social norms, creating conditions where criminal behavior could be normalized and systematized through community participation, rather than requiring concealment from disapproving neighbors or authorities. The systematic killing that emerged in isolated communities often served community purposes related to resource allocation, threat elimination, or identity formation, transforming murder from individual criminal activity into shared community practice that strengthened social bonds through participation in violence. The ideological frameworks that various post-war factions developed to justify their systematic killing reveal sophisticated philosophical adaptation to environmental conditions that enabled moral rationalization of criminal behavior through redefinition of victim categories and behavioral objectives, the dehumanization of specific populations, raiders, mutants, synths, or political enemies, created systematic victim selection criteria that enabled systematic killing while maintaining identity as protector rather than predator, defender rather than aggressor. These ideological justifications for systematic killing demonstrate how intellectual sophistication could be corrupted to serve criminal purposes while maintaining positive self-image and community support for activities that served faction objectives rather than individual psychological needs. The systematic nature of faction-sponsored killing operations reveals how organizational authority and ideological framework could enable criminal behavior on scales that individual killers could never achieve, while providing moral justification that protected participants from psychological consequences that might otherwise have limited their criminal capability. The technological capabilities that various wasteland factions preserved or developed created new opportunities for systematic killing that exceeded anything possible in pre-war contexts, while the absence of legal constraints meant that these capabilities could be employed without institutional resistance or moral oversight that might have prevented their criminal application. The advanced weapons, surveillance systems, and transportation technologies that factions like the Institute or Enclave possessed enabled systematic killing operations that combined efficiency with scope beyond what individual criminals could achieve. The systematic elimination programs conducted by technologically advanced factions reveal how preserved knowledge and manufacturing capability could enable criminal activity that served organizational objectives while maintaining facade of legitimate authority and scientific or military necessity. The systematic replacement of Commonwealth residents by Institute synths, the systematic elimination of impure humans by Enclave forces, and similar programs demonstrate how institutional authority, combined with technological capability, could normalize systematic killing as component of legitimate organizational activity. The moral frameworks that distinguished between legitimate, systematic killing conducted by recognized authorities and criminal systematic killing conducted by individuals or unauthorized groups reveal how political power and institutional authority could transform identical activities from criminal behavior requiring punishment to legitimate governance requiring support. The systematic killing conducted by NCR military forces against tribal populations, Caesar's legion's systematic enslavement and murder of conquered peoples, or Brotherhood of Steel's systematic elimination of technological threats, all demonstrate how organizational context could redefine systematic killing as lawful authority rather than criminal activity. This institutional systematization of killing created psychological conditions where individuals could participate in criminal activity while maintaining identity as legitimate authority figures or community protectors, rather than criminals requiring moral justification for their behavior. The systematic nature of institutionally sponsored killing operations provided both practical capability and moral framework that enabled sustained criminal activity while protecting participants from psychological consequences that might otherwise have limited their capacity for systematic violence. The environmental conditions that characterize different regions of the post-war world created varying psychological pressures that influenced the development of systematic killing in ways that reflected local survival challenges and community adaptation strategies. The radiation zones that required constant vigilance against environmental threats created psychological conditions where systematic elimination of potential dangers became adaptive behavior, while the resource competition that characterized more populated areas enabled systematic killing as legitimate strategy for securing survival necessities. These regional variations in environmental pressure created different categories of systematic killer, whose behavior patterns reflected local adaptation to specific survival challenges rather than universal human psychological tendencies toward criminal violence. The systematic killers who emerged in heavily irradiated areas developed different victim selection criteria and elimination techniques compared to those who operated in regions where human competitors posed greater threats than environmental hazards. While the systematic killing that emerged in resource-rich areas served different purposes than criminal activity in regions where basic survival consumed most available energy and attention. The technological preservation and development that occurred within various wasteland factions created new categories of systematic killer whose activities were enabled by access to advanced weapons, surveillance capabilities, and organizational resources that individual criminals could never acquire independently. The systematic killing conducted by faction scientists, military personnel, and intelligence operatives reveals how institutional authority and technological capability could combine to enable criminal activity that served organizational objectives while maintaining professional identity and institutional support. The systematic experimentation on human subjects that characterized various faction research programs demonstrates how scientific methodology and institutional authority could provide framework for systematic killing while maintaining identity as legitimate research activity rather than criminal enterprise. The systematic elimination of experimental subjects served both immediate research objectives and longer-term institutional goals that positioned systematic killing as component of scientific advancement rather than criminal activity, requiring moral justification or practical concealment. The cultural evolution that occurred within various wasteland communities over the 2 centuries following nuclear war created new traditions and belief systems that sometimes incorporated systematic killing as normal component of community life rather than criminal aberration, requiring special response or moral condemnation. The systematic elimination of designated enemies or threats became institutionalized within community structures that provided both practical capability and moral justification for criminal activity that served community objectives rather than individual psychological needs. These cultural adaptations to post-war conditions demonstrate how human societies could normalize systematic killing through gradual conditioning and ideological development that transformed murder from criminal deviation into community practice that strengthened social bonds through shared participation in violence. The systematic nature of community-sponsored killing operations reveals how social pressure and cultural authority could enable criminal behavior that individual psychology might otherwise have found challenging, while providing institutional support that protected participants from legal or moral consequences. The psychological conditioning that enabled ordinary individuals to participate in systematic killing within faction or community contexts reveals how environmental pressure and social influence could override moral constraints that would normally prevent criminal behavior. The systematic desensitization to violence that characterized military training, the ideological indoctrination that justified elimination of designated enemies, and the community reinforcement that rewarded successful participation in systematic killing all demonstrate how institutional authority could transform ordinary people into systematic killers while maintaining their identity as legitimate authority figures rather than criminals. The recruitment and training processes that various factions employed to create systematic killers reveal sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation and behavioral conditioning that enabled transformation of ordinary individuals into effective participants in systematic criminal activity. The systematic approach to overcoming moral resistance, eliminating empathy for designated victim categories, and reinforcing identity as protector rather than predator demonstrates how institutional resources could be directed toward creating systematic killers who maintained positive self-image while conducting criminal activity that served organizational rather than personal objectives. The distinction between systematic killing that served legitimate defensive purposes and criminal systematic killing that exceeded reasonable response to genuine threats became increasingly difficult to maintain in wasteland environments, where the definition of legitimate threat expanded to include anyone who competed for limited resources or challenged established authority structures. The systematic elimination of raiders, mutants, or political dissidents could be justified as community protection, while serving psychological and practical purposes that exceeded what genuine defensive necessity would require. This ambiguity between legitimate defense and criminal systematic killing created psychological conditions where individuals could engage in criminal behavior while maintaining identity as community protectors or legitimate authority figures rather than criminals, requiring moral justification for their activities. The systematic nature of defensive killing operations often exceeded what immediate threats would require, revealing how defensive frameworks could be corrupted to serve systematic killing that satisfied psychological needs while maintaining facade of legitimate authority and community service. The technological capabilities that enabled systematic surveillance, victim identification, and elimination techniques created new categories of systematic killer, whose activities were enhanced by access to advanced equipment and information systems that individual criminals could never acquire or maintain independently. The systematic killing operations conducted by factions with preserved technology reveal how advanced capability could enable criminal activity that exceeded anything possible in pre-war contexts while providing efficiency and scope that transformed systematic killing from individual pathology into institutional capability. The long-term psychological consequences of exposure to systematic killing, whether as perpetrator, victim, or witness, created psychological conditions throughout wasteland populations that normalized violence, while potentially creating predisposition towards systematic killing among individuals whose environmental conditioning had eliminated normal moral constraints against criminal behavior. The systematic violence that characterized daily life in many wasteland regions created psychological adaptation that enabled systematic killing, while potentially making individuals incapable of functioning in peaceful environments that required different behavioral patterns and moral frameworks. The community responses to systematic killing reveal how social structures adapted to accommodate criminal behavior when elimination of systematic killers proved impossible or impractical, creating acceptance mechanisms that enabled systematic killing to continue while minimizing its impact on community function and survival. The systematic accommodation of known killers within community structures demonstrates how social necessity could override moral preference while creating conditions where criminal behavior became an institutionalized component of community. Organization rather than aberrant individual pathology, requiring elimination or correction. As we examine the complex psychology of systematic killing throughout the post-war world, we encounter evidence that the environmental conditions, resource pressures, and social disruption that characterized wasteland existence had created psychological landscape where systematic killing could emerge as adaptive response to survival challenges rather than criminal deviation from normal human behavior. The systematic killers who operated throughout various wasteland regions demonstrate how human psychology could adapt to environmental conditions that exceeded normal coping capacity while revealing fundamental aspects of human nature that remained constant despite radical changes in social, organization, and environmental conditions. As we draw to the close of our journey through the wasteland's darkest corners, perhaps you found yourself drifting alongside these tales of humanity's shadow, your consciousness protected by the gentle distance that story provides between listener and horror. The steady rhythm of our exploration from the child-masked killer of Lynen Street to the sophisticated predators who emerged from nuclear fire has carried us across centuries of human darkness, revealing truths about our species that neither civilization nor apocalypse could entirely erase. These killers who stalked through pre-war suburbs and post-war ruins remind us that even in civilization's collapse, the fundamental questions of human nature persist unchanged. What drives us to violence when violence serves no purpose beyond satisfaction? What separates us from the monsters we create through our choices? How do communities survive when predators walk among them, wearing familiar faces and speaking in trusted voices? The answers, like the killers themselves, vary with circumstance and opportunity, yet remain rooted in psychological soil that proves remarkably consistent across time and devastation. The wasteland's serial killers, from sophisticated artists of death to simple creatures driven by transformed instinct, represent different faces of humanity's capacity for systematic evil that nuclear fire could not burn away. Yet these dark tales also illuminate the resilience that enables survival, the witnesses who remember, the communities that endure, and the ongoing human struggle to build something better from the ashes of what came before. As we close this exploration of shadow and flame, let the steady rhythm of your breathing carry you into peaceful sleep, protected by distance from these ancient terrors. Rest now in the knowledge that even the darkest stories eventually end. That morning always comes to chase away shadows, and that the wasteland's tales of horror serve ultimately to remind us why the light remains worth preserving. Sleep well, fellow wanderer, until dawn breaks over the wasteland once more.